Let's go, boys. Don't wait. You gotta come up.
That's why I do it.
Hey, man, you got to touch your hands every time.
Not bad.
One more back.
See how everybody's feeling. You guys go to our website to see the live cast. How many water? 2.
Hello everyone and welcome to the 2024 Florida State Championship games. We have 4 games for you today. We are 20 minutes in to Brevard versus Jacksonville. We apologize, we weren't on the mic earlier. Had some audio issues this morning, but we are here the rest of the day, and we are so excited to be here. My name is Nick with No Flop Sports. Joining me today is Lance with Great American Rugby. Lance, tell them about the day we're going to have today.
Well, we're here at IMG last year. Perfect and beautiful scenery, same as this year. Weather, a little hot, not many clouds, direct sunlight, but it leads to an energized, fast game of rugby. Fast games of rugby we'll have this weekend or this Saturday. And already this game has already started off at a fever pitch. Both teams are highly competitive. Jacksonville being a lot more confrontational in the middle of the field, using their forwards a lot. Brevard finding space on the outside, double up by the outside center.
Yeah, number 13 has scored twice already for Brevard, and Jacksonville keeping it close with 8. So 12-8, we have Brevard in the lead after 20 minutes.
And again, Jacksonville has a great opportunity to get in, going short side, but as I said before, they're being really confrontational with the forwards. Big man John with the hit up, right in the center of the field. It looks like Brock found himself trying to make a decision, dishes it off to Kevin. Kevin, twisting, spinning, turning, gets tackled, and now they're going wide again. Excuse me. Wrong person. Prize about that. Fly half Steven.
Jacksonville finding space here. They're going to hit up 15 Keith Messer. And now they're fly half again, giving the inside ball to the forward. Brevard looking for poaches today. They've been very aggressive on that counter ruck.
Absolutely, and a lot of that just comes from the middle pressure that Jacksonville's given. They're going through their fly half, Stephen Woodley, and he's been directing traffic in the center of the field, and it looks like Brevard is getting extra over-aggressive in these tackles, trying to poach at every opportunity. I don't blame them. They found great success getting turnovers.
But they've already given up a few penalties today from that. They have a couple poaches, but they've also given up some penalties.
Yeah. Big Drew dragging a man, giving Brevard a taste of the shoulder. Big hit. Matt taking a big hit from Hybrid, a feature for the Brevard team.
Kai Martinovich, our referee in the center today, explaining to Brevard that another penalty is probably going to be a yellow card. They've had a couple there in the rucks already today, so Kai warning them early.
Kai has been a feature here in Florida as a referee. He's refereed some big-time matches. Miami Sharks hit up against Life University. He was centering, and he finds himself now in his 6th year controlling the D3 final. Trusting hands for a referee. He's already controlled the game really well, and Jacksonville are off.
Jacksonville already had a couple hit-ups with their big man at 8, Corey Mims. Strong, aggressive runner. We saw him close to the try zone get a good 10 meters on a set play.
Crazy leg drive, and it seems like Jacksonville want to keep feeding him the ball. If I was Jacksonville, I will. He's a workhorse. And the Brevard line speed hybrid already into the face of that Jacksonville fly half. And these rucks are going to get messy if Brevard continues to be aggressive the way that they are at the breakdown.
Brevard has found success in struggling, in that Jacksonville struggling to hold the ruck to protect the ball. But Jacksonville finding space now on the outside. They've got numbers wide if they can find it, but they're content with going up the middle.
And you can hear Jacksonville sideline yelling, get it to the wing, get it to the wing. But they've been going down the middle of the field the entirety of the game, and that looked like it might get poached.
And Jacksonville in for their second try of the day. Jacksonville now in the lead, 13-12. We couldn't see who scores, but we'll find out here in a second for you. In the middle of that big match, Jacksonville diving over for their second try of the game to take their first lead of the game.
Brevard, 2 early tries. Jacksonville tries consecutively, back to back. They are definitely bringing the work to this Brevard, especially in this last about 12 minutes of gameplay. And you can hear the Brevard sideline yelling for help from the referee, not releasing, but that was just a great forward push. Like I said, they're definitely being confrontational in the center of the field. And with that kick up,
number 10, Stephen Woolley at fly half, puts it through for Jacksonville, making the game 15-12. Number 3 for Jacksonville on the try, Jose Alvarez. Jose, in his first year with Jacksonville, definitely made a big impact there at the prop position all season long.
Yeah, we got to talk to these coaches before the game, and we got to talk to them last night leading up to this final. Both teams have a few players we need to keep an eye out for. As they pop up, we'll give you insight on some of the things they do, some of the fun facts about some of these great Florida athletes. But already, this game has turned into one of those barn burners. And Brevard has been known for this. They've played tight state finals for the last 4 years, losing to Palm Beach each time. This time, no Palm Beach, find themselves in the final with a chance to go to the Gulf Coast Regional.
We got Ryan Banner with the ball now going sideways. He's going to give a skip pass wide. And, oh, Jacksonville had space up the sideline with no one covering the wing. Unfortunately, pass goes a little forward and into touch, so we're going to see a line out here from Brevard.
Brevard getting a little bit of luck on their side. The space was given up on the wing. Scary times for Brevard. Had a 2-on-1 with a wing player going right down the sideline. Unfortunately, couldn't get ball to hand. Line out to Brevard. Those mistakes, as they pile up, will really cost the team, especially in a championship day like today.
They've been going to hybrid every time on the lineout at the first man jump, and Jacksonville yet to contest in the lineouts, content with just getting line speed off the lineouts. And as you can see, putting pressure on Brevard going backwards, and now an errant pass, and Brevard's all the way back inside their 40, and Jacksonville is there to meet them. But looks like a couple broken tackles and a chip kick over the top from the wing, but straight to a Jacksonville defender who was ready for it. Jacksonville now looking to settle down back into their offense. And Ryan Benneru with a great line break, offloads to the prop, but he loses it forward in the tackle to number 5 of Brevard. And now Brevard just in Jacksonville's side of the field is going to have a big line break themselves. Both teams struggling a little bit on the defensive side, but on ball on the ground. Gets to James for Jacksonville, and James offloads to Keith, who drops it. Oh no, Keith had an opportunity himself. Oh, I'm sorry, that was not Keith. They both had the long, flowy hair coming out the back. It looked like Keith for a second, but that wasn't Keith. But Jacksonville, unfortunately, on the opposite side of the field from us, had a chance. James stole the ball and then had a nice break. And then when he was wrapped up in the tackle, offloaded it. And unfortunately, Jacksonville could not bring it in.
And remember, we're talking about James Williams, USA Rugby League international player, national champion at Rugby League. He's been known to make moves in the open field. He's very dangerous. An opportunity like that doesn't fall in your lap that often. I expect him to capitalize on one of those later on in the game. But the defense by Jacksonville giving him a great opportunity. After giving up the turnover, Ulis, number 13, for Brevard, already has a double. He's been already putting in the work. First in the knock-on and a little bit of transition to play. You find James, the speedster, on the sideline ready to go. That was a great moment for Jacksonville, but they've had so many great moments. I expect this game to be a back-and-forth battle, and especially as we see now in the middle of the field, turnover after turnover, giving the ball back, playing contentious defense for both teams. This ought to be one of the better games of the day, and it's the first game of the day. We have 3 more after this.
Yes, all-state championships here today. After this, we have the D2 women's final, followed by the D2 men's final, and then followed by the Division I AA collegiate men's final. It is a tremendous day out here at IMG Academy in Brevard. Great games all around, and I'm really excited for today. IMG Academy in Bradenton. My apologies. Not Brevard. Brevard's playing right now. Brevard with a kick deep. Oh, and James gets his hands on it. He's going to go wide to his fullback, Keith. Keith getting double tackled, and now Jacksonville Brevard going to go for the counter ruck as they have been all day long, but Jacksonville holding tight. Jacksonville looking to get the ball out, but struggling to. And now Brevard stole the ball, and they're 9 hitting the gap. And and Jacksonville took it right back. Jacksonville in their own 22. Will they kick away? No, they're going to give it to their big man, number 8, Corey. And Brevard getting the not releasing penalty, and they try to go quick, but referee Kai says no, not on the mark. We're going to have to do it again.
Brevard, depending on one of their more steady players, Brock, Roper, the man from New Zealand, spent his time playing college ball at Arkansas State. Now finds himself with a chance to draw this game level. Looks like that is up and good. Brock with the nudge over, bringing this game 15-15.
All tied up here. Game 1 of 4, as we said earlier. This has been tremendous play from both teams. Got about 10 minutes left in this first half, and an electric one it has. As I said earlier, we apologize for the audio issues first 20 minutes of the game, but we are here all day long on this live stream broadcast. Jacksonville elects to kick deep as they has. Unfortunately, couldn't get anyone down there to contest for the ball, and now Brevard going through its phases. They're going to kick out. Ball
Brock
played.
putting on the boot.
Ball played by Keith Messer, and he's going to go to his wing, and they're going to try to flip field. Bounce pass to Ryan Banneroo, who gets it, but looks like he was hit up high, and he goes down. Jacksonville still with possession of the ball. Just in Brevard territory, and Jacksonville working the middle of the field with their big men like they have all day. That's number 4, Drew Wesson, the captain of this team, and now Jacksonville finds some space. Oh, and a line break by number 6. He's one-on-one with the fullback. He's going to go for the corner for the try.
Oh!
And no, the ball is stripped. The ball was stripped by Brevard, and he knocks it on. No, number 6, Luke Wiseman.
John Eric, what a heroic play.
Luke Wiseman had all the space, running to the corner, decided to cut it close, try to make it easier on his kicker, and the Brevard defender ended up catching him and stripping the ball.
John Eric, what a historic play at fullback, pulling the ball out with inches to spare and getting a knock on going in to score. What a play. He's been a feature for Brevard for years, making massive plays, and this might have been one of his biggest of his career with Brevard.
Luke was inside the 5 meter, was about to dive for that try line, and just stolen away.
And he knew immediately. He knew immediately. As soon as he hit the ground, as soon as they rolled a little bit, he knew that ball was out. And what an amazing play. Fullback hero. Last line of defense doing what's necessary.
We're going to reset the scrum here. Kai had a problem with the first one. We're going to do it again. Brevard looking to give it to their fly half, who's going to kick to touch. Seems to be the goal. And he does kick straight out of touch, but that doesn't go too deep. Still inside the 22 for Jacksonville. We're going to see a line out close for Jacksonville. Can they capitalize?
That right foot of Brock has been paying dividends for him, giving up a little bit of space after getting the ball back. But Jacksonville, now this is a great opportunity for Jacksonville right here. Another chance to maybe go wide. They haven't really been putting in a lot of work in the backs. They have a very competent back line. Pretty loose with the ball in the middle of the field, really disrupting any kind of structure or platform for their backs. Now this is a great opportunity. Let's see if they can get it all the way out to the wing to some of their most devastating backline players.
And Brevard stolen by Hybrid. And Brevard now with possession just outside their 22, I believe. But they're going to go ahead and kick again. What did Kai say? It's in. Number 11 for Jacksonville, taking it nicely. Michael Volpe. And no one there to ruck for Jacksonville. Good thing Brevard with the light counter ruck. But Ryan Banner, who finds a gap, and he's through. He's one-on-one. Does he have the pace to put it through against Brock? And he's in. And Ryan Banner, who puts a try on for Jacksonville to retake the lead. Excellent one-on-one work, breaking the line, and then took Brock one-on-one and carried him into the try zone.
Flying Ryan, this guy was moving. Did you see the step off the right foot after the line break? Solo effort after Brevard had a great opportunity to get a poach, great opportunity to get a steal, and that little mistake.
All he had to do was step over, and that's his ball.
That's his. Unfortunately, Jacksonville was able to keep possession, and that's all it took after the kick. The defensive line for Brevard after that kick was a little bit lazy. I think they were expecting it to go out of bounds. You know,
I think they were too, but I think it was just on that line of the 22. I don't know if Kai maybe said, hey, you're outside the 22, so he decided to keep it in. But we couldn't hear Kai from here, but maybe that's what Brock decided. The kick is up and no good for number 10. So Jacksonville up by 5 in the closing minutes of the first half. (20-15), about 4 minutes left in this first half. Excellent game we have thus far, Lance.
These D3 finals for the last couple of years have been some of the best games in the state playoff tournament. And now we're literally looking at what could be, as they call it, ESPN Classic. Both teams going back and forth. And if we can get a game that's 30 points, 40 points, that's exactly what the fans need to see. Fast, active rugby here in Florida.
High short kick from Brevard. Hybrid always looking to catch the kickoffs for his team, get back in possession. But taken by Jacksonville. Now Jacksonville looking to kick out of their own territory. Ball rolls into touch inside the 40-meter, and Brevard's going to go quick with it. Jacksonville not ready, and Brevard with numbers on this close sideline, and Brevard going to kick over the top. Taken by Michael of Jacksonville, and now Jacksonville looking for the clean ruck as Brevard counter ruck again aggressively all day, but not rolling away, and Jacksonville is going to have the penalty, but Keith is going to go quick deep inside his own territory. And that may have been a mistake as Brevard hits the counter ruck. But Jacksonville keeps it clean, and they're going to do what they've been doing all day, burning it up the middle with their forwards. Number 9 for Jacksonville, little chip kick over the top to himself. Connor, excellent work. But now Brevard stolen. Jacksonville needs to be on top of these rucks as soon as their player hits the ground.
John Eric again with the steal, and Brevard had a chance to go around the corner, but the ball spills out.
But we're going to come back for a penalty for not releasing on Jacksonville. Jacksonville has given away too many poaches today.
They have. And this Brevard team is aggressive in the breakdown. The one time that they weren't, it spelled bad against them and spelled bad for them. They're going back to normal form of being aggressive as they can during these breakdowns. And it's working out. John Eric, again, with a legendary defensive moment, getting the ball back for his team. He's already putting his hand up for player of the match. Between him and the 13 with the double so far, I'm excited to see how Brevard finishes this now that they're down. Brock with the kick, get it in the touch, and see if they can set up a platform for their backs.
kick to touch, barely stays in, just over the head of the Jacksonville winner, who might have had an opportunity to keep that in play. We love to show love to the referees out here. Like I mentioned, we have Kai Martinovich in the middle, and we also have Jason and Tom as ARs of this one. But now we got Brevard line out about 25 meters out from Jacksonville try-line.
Big John with the hit up, and Brock looking for space. They go out the back. Carnival Law spins it out. John Eric, inside step off the left. Another inside step. The man from South Africa is bouncing defenders, playing with aggression, and knocks the ball on into contact after already making one of the most fantastic individual efforts we've seen in this first half.
He stepped 3 people just to drop the ball as soon as he goes into contact.
Stepped himself right into a landmine, but an incredible run early on. This back line is very, very confident for this Brevard side. They've been quiet because this team is usually led by their forward pack. Guys like Hybrid stepping up. Guys like Big John stepping up, the prop. The lock, Lance O'Sullivan stepping up. I've been told he's going to be everywhere, all over the field. And Matt Henderson for Brevard. Quick fact from Matt Henderson. Number 6, the flanker, has spent 28 years with this Brevard side.
Jacksonville now with a scrum deep in their own territory. They're just going to kick the touch, and that will be the end of the first half. Jacksonville up 20-15.
Both teams have been fighting very tough. Jacksonville holding a slim marginal lead over this Brevard side. Jacksonville has yet to lose a state final in the history of their team. 52 years have yet to lose a state final versus the Brevard side, who's been at the state final for the last 4 years and couldn't get over the hump. This Jacksonville side looks like they're already taking one step into continuing that destiny. And can Brevard right their wrongs? Nick, what do you think so far this first half?
Well, I think with the way this game's going, both teams need to step it up. Jacksonville giving up too many turnovers in those rucks, and Brevard just need to play a little harder defense. They've had too many line breaks, and Jacksonville's taken advantage of, and they need to step it up. They can't play the way they've been playing and think Brevard's going to let them roll over them. Brevard does not want to lose 5 in a row.
Absolutely not. We are at halftime, the D3 Florida State final. We'll be back to it in a bit. Shout out to a Quick Cut for the great production. We'll see you guys in a second.
And we are back for the second half. We apologize. We had some camera issues going on at halftime, but everything is fixed. We are ready to go. Jacksonville and Brevard, 20-15. Jacksonville with the lead here after the first half, and they find themselves deep in Brevard territory early.
And already Brevard is being aggressive, a little bit too aggressive, get held with a high tackle. And unfortunately, after the drop goal miss, Jacksonville has a great opportunity now, just inside the 22, dead center, and they go for the quick tap.
And they're going to give it. And they gave it off the quick tap to number 7, Khalil Harris. And now Jacksonville trying to work their forwards in the middle of the field like they have all day, but the ball comes out of the ruck. And Jacksonville, luckily to keep it now about 15 meters out, they're going to go wide with their back line. Jacksonville making some subs at halftime, so we got some new people on the field, some fresh legs. And, oh, Keith gets destroyed by a Brevard player who flew up in the line. Perfect timing. And now Jacksonville again going back to their big forwards. It's been working for them all day. They've been gaining good meters. And now Ryan Banner with the chance out wide. He's got his wing with him. Makes 1 miss, makes 2 miss, makes 3 miss. And now he's cut back inside, make 4 miss, and he's going to give it back to his forward, number 14, Aaron White, with a tremendous individual run to get some meters for Jacksonville. But now Jacksonville looking to slow it back down with their forwards. But Aaron ball, it's going to go to Mike with the red scrum cap, Big Mike. And now Jacksonville looking to go wide with their backs on the wide side of the field. They find Ryan in a space, and he's going to give it off. And Jacksonville's got no one in front of him. Can he dot it down? And yes. Oh, wait, no. Kai's going to have a discussion with his AR about the try. And it looks like it will be a try. He blew the extra whistle for the Brevard player who was down. So Jacksonville putting 5 on the board early in this second half, making it 25-15. Brevard now down 2 scores.
Jacksonville testing, prodding, moving, juking, build up a nice bit of phase play from the outside for our right side, inside step, and 2 phases later, they find themselves going around the corner on this Brevard team. And you can see a lot of these Brevard coaches and some of their supporters that are on the sideline inside of the technical zone with the team are very, very upset, and it looks like they might actually have a yellow card. Brevard. So not only did they get the hurt of giving up 5 points, but the deeper injury is now they'll be down a man for the next 10 minutes. That is a great bit of face play for Jacksonville. They put themselves definitely on the front foot.
Kick is up and just wide for Jacksonville, so they will still be up 10 points, 25-15. But Jacksonville, as you said, going sideline to sideline very quickly. Jacksonville had their entire back line on our close side, got the ball all the way out to their wing, who made a tremendous individual play to get them close, and then one hit up with the forwards, and you saw their entire back line swing around to the other wide side, all the way back, getting it all the way out to that wing over there where he dotted it down for a try. Brevard now kicking it deep to Jacksonville. Keith going to take the restart, and Jacksonville going to swing it field, and now they got some space over there. And a big line break. Jacksonville at about the 45-meter line. Jacksonville going to their number 10, and then back to Keith, who's a tremendous runner. He plays league rugby as well for the Axeman national champion himself. Jacksonville gonna go with the pick and go here in the middle of the field, but it works, gets about 10 meters. Brevard needs to step up their play as Jacksonville using their big man early and often.
Yeah, this Jacksonville forward pack is really dominating this game. They pretty much staked their presence in this matchup to the point that now.
And there goes number 10 up the middle. He's been passing it all day, Stephen Woolley. But no, an errant pass, and it's going to go into touch. But Stephen Woolley has been that point man all day for Jacksonville. He's caught the ball, and he's given it inside or outside, normally to a forward running on. But he took it up the middle there for some meters, but then unfortunately bad pass into touch, and Brevard elected to play it quickly, and now Jacksonville finds themselves back where they started at the 40-meter line of their own side.
The Brevard team all ran up to go get the forward that he was aiming to give it to on those inside-outside pop passes, and they just left him completely unmarked, and he just found his space, got a line break. This is becoming one of those Brevard is trying their best, absolute best, to try to stop the bleeding as their lock, Kyle Freiberg, is sitting in the sin bin. 21 years of experience is in the sin bin for this Brevard side.
And now we got a couple changes for each team. Right now, number 21 came in for Jacksonville, Yaz. And number 12 for Jacksonville, Ryan Banner, who has been making plays all day, came off the field. He got hit a little high in the first half, didn't feel good at halftime, and they said, like, we'll give you a couple minutes in the second half, but you're coming off right afterwards.
Yeah, they pretty much caught it. We can hear it from the commentator booth. The decision was made at halftime that he was only going to spend about 10 minutes on the field.
And he told his coaches, let me play offense. Let me play offense. And it ended up working for him. He ended up getting the assist on the try to start this second half.
How would that affect him later on, though? You got somebody who connects the team offensively in the way that he does, scoring a try off of an individual effort, and now those points are off the field. Does Jacksonville have the depth to be able to compensate for that?
Brevard now going wide with the space, and number 15 for Brevard, taking it right up the middle. Can he find the try zone? And he can. He went all the way.
John Eric, again, the defensive play earlier to stop a try, and off of the left foot, leaving ankles on the field, letting the bodies hit the floor, scores an absolute, as they say, crack off a try. The man from South Africa putting on for his home country, showing why rugby is king there, and is absolutely devastating in his D3 state championship, already making plays. And again, a Brevard player raising his hand for player of the match. John Eric is putting on a show for us today.
And Jacksonville, that's happened twice to Jacksonville. They put points on the board, and Brevard answers within 3 minutes. That's happened twice today. And Brevard now back within a score, and this kick will put it to within 3.
Brock stepped up. Roper with the kick, and it is clean.
Now only a 3-point game in the D3 finals, and Brevard with someone in the sin bin able to put 7 on the board.
I don't know if we have any hockey fans out there, but that is a power play shorthanded goal for Brevard. And you can see the Jacksonville defense are arguing with each other. This guy's supposed to have my inside. This guy's supposed to have my inside. One step can definitely make a team fall apart the way that we've seen. Hopefully Jacksonville can figure out defensively and get themselves a chance, because Brevard hasn't really shown great moments other than early in the first half when they got the double off their inside center, Ulyss. But now, Brevard leaning on their back line.
Jacksonville going deep once again, but heavy pressure. Looking to kick it out again, as he's been doing all day. And Jacksonville, we're going to see a line out about 30-35 meters out.
Red 3, red 1. Okay, go guys.
Substitution, they are moving off. Both props, Christian and Big John, are stepping off the field to be replaced by Chris and Tyler. Chris, the prop, is moving in, 4 years experience with the team. Tyler Urbansick, as his last name is pronounced, from Indiana, stepping in for this Brevard side. We're starting to see a lot of these subs. We're starting to see where the depth comes in for both teams. And with a fresh set of props, maybe we'll see a Brevard scrum that'll become a little bit more dominant, especially with this Florida heat blazing.
And an errant throw by Jacksonville, and we got Brevard now moving down the sideline. They're going to get it to 13 again, see if he can get some work in like he did early in that first half. Now Brevard going short side, kick over the top. but it lands in. The wind keeps it in. Looked for certain it was going to go straight into touch, but unfortunately for Jacksonville, the wind keeps it in, and now Jacksonville outside their own 22. Wing collects it. Looked like he panicked a little bit, and he kicks it, and it goes straight into touch. So we're going to see a Brevard line out at about the 22.
And even Dwayne, when he kicked it, didn't think that it was going to stay in bounds. You can see a bit of distraught on his face as if he kicked it straight to touch. The wind, Mother Nature, having her effect on the game, keeping the ball in bounds. And that little bit of chaos is giving Brevard a great opportunity, where we see Jacksonville have the same setup right outside the 22 in the first half. Same thing. Brevard giving it to Brock. Out the back to Dwayne. Dwayne running straight across the field. Gave it up to a winger who slips and falls and able to catch his feet. Brevard able to keep the ball. Set it up to go back the other way. Giving it to Hybrid, super flat. Out the back pass. They were putting it all together, Brevard, but a big hit in the center of the field. Eulis, the double man, getting double tackled, dragged down. The double man getting dragged down. And now again, Brevard setting up. Brock making a decision, dummying, stepping, moving. Finds a little space. Dragged down just by the shirt, and Brock around the corner looking for the space. He found someone outside. Little line break, but the ball is lost, and now Jacksonville has an opportunity again. Just around the 10-meter line on inside of their own half. Jacksonville are not afraid to build phases from this point. Let's see if they try to kick it to find space or just play this flowing attack, forward confrontational attack. They've been playing, but a turnover.
Stolen by Brevard like they have all day, looking for those poaches. And Hybrid finally getting a long run for this team. Normally a big impact player for them. Haven't seen the ball much in his hands, but now Brevard with something wide. Gave it to their number 13. He's got 2 on the day already, but brought down by the turf monster. I guess grass out here, but the grass monster got him. And then James secured him, but now Brevard working slowly towards that tri-zone inside the 5-meter.
An advantage being held for this Brevard side inside of the 5-meter line.
To the prop who just came on the field, dots it down, just came on the field, number 21.
Tyler Urban sick is leaving the Jacksonville side sick because he's already put in a peel and gotten points for his side. 3 minutes into his sub.
To retake the lead, too. They haven't had the lead since early in this game, Brevard. But the fresh legs come on. Jacksonville's been devastating with their forwards all day. Brevard subs in 2 props at the same time and already making an impact.
These are scary times when your fresh props come in. They're running against a tired forward pack who's had to deal with this Florida heat already. Been sick. He's healthy out here in the rural area of Brennington IMG Academy as he scores a try for Brevard and gets them back into the lead.
Brock
scored 27-22 with a kick to come from Brock.
Brock now about 7 meters out from the sideline to extend the lead. And it looks like the sin bin for Brevard will come back on. They put 2 tries on the board. Down a man. That cannot feel good if you're Jacksonville. Kick is up. And no good, says the ARs. So it will remain. So it will remain a 5-point game for Brevard. Jacksonville needs to step it up. As I said at halftime, Brevard's not going to go away quietly.
No, they've been waiting for this moment for years. I mean, consecutive state title losses, some in heartbreaking fashion, others are clear dominating losses, and now they find themselves to be the one to be the aggressor. They stepped on the front foot with a man down, hand down, and now they find themselves reclaiming the lead. Clock is back on, and the kickoff is here.
Kick, Jacksonville lands in bounds and then goes into touch. So we're going to see a Brevard line out. Jacksonville, they look to kick it high so they can have someone contest for that ball. The first kickoff of the game, we saw the wing for Jacksonville get his hands on it and knocked it on, but since then they've all just been a little bit out of his reach.
Absolutely, and those lineouts are a dangerous moment. Brevard has been getting the ball back.
Brevard has yet to lose a lineout, but Jacksonville also yet to contest a lineout. Big line speed, but unfortunately knocked on, unintentional by number 7, was going for the tackle and it hit his arm. Number 7, Khalil Harris. And now we're going to see a penalty.
An AR decision with the help of these ARs mic'd up, helping our center referee, giving the offsides call instead of the knock-on call. And now Brevard has an opportunity to kick and get some meterage to get some space.
Had 2 balls on the field at once, both thrown to the sideline. Say, I don't need this one, I'll use the other one. Now Brock again on the boot. Not much distance on that one, but the wind in his face. So, but just luckily. But just happy to find touches, Brock, and now Jacksonville. You assume Brevard's going to go short to hybrid here, as they have been all day. And they do. And now a little inside move back into where the lineout was for Brevard. Not going anywhere. Jacksonville forwards ready for that one. But another penalty against Jacksonville.
And just like that, we might have seen a flip. Earlier in the first half, Brevard were giving up all the penalties, finding themselves being aggressive in these tackle areas. Now, second half, Jacksonville is now the one who find themselves with the multitude of penalties. And Brevard is living off that right foot of Brock. He is getting the ball out of bounds. They're going to these lineouts, which Jacksonville has chosen not to contest, or at least to actively contest.
Yeah, just an easy 5-meter lineout throw with hybrid. Big, tall jumper, jumping anyways. They have yet to lose one, and they do it again. Jacksonville catching themselves offsides there, almost got another penalty, but a line break. Number 13 yet again for Brevard, trying to do it himself, and he's got some space around the outside, and he gives it off to the wing. And now they're going to go back up the middle with it. But Brock doing it with the legs this time instead of his foot. And now they're going to go short side again, number 13. And now a slight maul into a tackle to hybrid on a crash ball for Brevard. Brevard knocking on the doorstep again, about 10 meters out from Jacksonville's try line.
And an advantage, penalty advantage for Brevard. They've really turned the tide of this matchup.
Brevard now with the pick and goes, using their forwards that just came into the game. Gaining those inches ever so slowly, getting closer to the try zone.
Crash ball, crash ball, crash ball. Down to JC, and they go around the corner. That is a hat trick. That is 3 on the board, but hold on, the referee is holding off. Try awarded hat trick for number 13, Eulis. Again, showing himself, the man from Virginia, getting 3 of them things in a championship game. Great moment for this Brevard player who is his first year with the club, and he's already making an impact when it really matters the most. Absolute monster.
And Brevard just widening this lead. Brock from the sideline this time.
For this Brevard side to ring off 3 straight tries against a Jacksonville team who had all the momentum.
Brock with the wind in his face, not close on the kick. It was from the sideline, and we're going to have a water break. But now we're going to re-show that try. Quick cut replay here. And just excellent work from Brevard. Excellent work from number 13. Individual effort, getting it close to the try line. Brevard's forwards knocking it down close to the door and then swing it wide for the hat trick for the young man.
And that's another thing, too. He had a line break earlier, breaking a few tackles, getting around the edge, giving it to his winger. And this Brevard side, finding cohesion. Now they're leaning on their forwards. Now they're bringing the intensity to this Jacksonville side, who are a lot more confrontational in the first half, and we're winning some of these forward engagements. Now it's the Brevard team that's showing their championship experience. They're not looking for 4 in a row losses. No, sir. They're trying to go to regionals, and they have the right attitude. And with a hat trick hero, all the signs are pointing to Brevard moving through. Can Jacksonville switch it? Can Jacksonville now go back to the way they were playing in the first half? Confrontational when they needed to, finding a space when they need to. Brevard's looking really dangerous right now.
But only 20 minutes left for Jacksonville to do that, down multiple scores now. They need to turn it around and quickly.
When your season's on the line, this is where you really have to show up. But everything really changed once they lost Flying Ryan. Once Flying Ryan came out of the game, they've given up try after try after try. And offensively, it looks like they aren't the same team anymore. They aren't attacking from deep and getting all the way down the field through phase play like they were before. They found this Brevard team sleeping, and it looks like Brevard is waking up, and they've woken in the second half.
And I know Ryan is not happy to be taken out of the game, unfortunately, with a hit up high early in the first half. I played in college with Ryan. There has never been a game I've seen that man play where he did not play the entire length of the game. So I know he is disappointed, especially in this state championship game, to not get to play a full 80.
As he sits right now, he's on the sideline talking to his teammates with a bag of ice on his head. I don't know if that's from the heat or from the head knock he took earlier in that first half, but he seems to be in good spirits as well. So, you know, big shout out to Flying Ryan for what he did in the first half. Hopefully Jacksonville can fill the void of him missing.
Jacksonville short on the kick. They're going to have James go get it now, but unfortunately just knocked it on. James with a chance there. This Jacksonville side knows they do not have much time to get it done, and a knock-on like that is not going to help their circumstances.
Time is running out for Jacksonville. They have the players to really get points up, but can they put it all together? Now we have a scrum down, this set piece. Ball being put in by David Sujimato.
And this is, I think, the first, if not the second scrum with those new props in for Brevard. And we're gonna see advantage for Brevard off of the scrum, and Brock's gonna kick it away and gets past the fullback for Jacksonville, but Jacksonville's gonna collect it at the 22. But they're gonna, Kai Martinovich electing to come back for the penalty in the scrum, bringing down the scrum from the number 1 of Jacksonville. Big Mike unfortunately caused the penalty on that one.
I believe he went down on his knee, and that caused the scrum to collapse.
Mike came in at halftime, so he's played a little bit longer than these Brevard props that came in about 10 minutes ago. But
again, that trusted right boot of Brock, just getting the ball out of bounds. I don't even see him trying to push the meterage on these kicks out of bounds. He just wants to get set up for his lineouts and get things going.
Well, he's got that 20-mile-an-hour wind hitting him right in the face. He doesn't want to push the effort because he knows it won't find touch if he tries to do that. And Jacksonville finally contesting a line out, but off of Jacksonville's hands and into touch once again, so we'll set up a line out at the same exact spot. It was a knock on and in the touch, so Brevard's going to elect to go for the scrum 15 meters.
And that's
out.
a healthy option in this situation. You just had a penalty. You had a great opportunity right here where you can find yourself, give your team a good platform. Your backs have come alive in this second half for Brevard. They starting to show up everywhere. The winger, Dwayne Parks, has been with the team for 15 years and is lighting up all over the field, finding himself, injecting himself, and really causing havoc. I think his hit was the one that put Flying Ryan out of the game.
But Jacksonville finally contesting a line out and not letting Brevard just walk away with it easily. I know Brevard still ended up with the ball, but something. Now they got Brevard going down the sidelines with Mr. Hattrick. Oh, a nice step from Brevard, and now the clean out, and now Hybrid gets double tackled. They know Hybrid's dangerous. They haven't let Hybrid get the ball much and do much with it today.
Yeah, offensively, he causes way more havoc in championship games. This is nice to see Jacksonville slowing him down.
And now Brevard with some numbers on our short side. Quick offload to Brock, and oh, intercepted by James. Excellent work by James there from reading that. But Brevard with the counter ruck and stolen again. Jacksonville needs to clean those rucks up, and Brevard gonna take it down the sidelines for another try. Number 11, Dwayne Parks.
Just talking about Dwayne, I said he's been lighting up the field, and after a brutal counter ruck by Jackowski, overpowering a forward, as he is just you know, small guy on the edge, overpowers a forward, forces the counter work after the interception by Jacksonville, and Dwayne finds himself going in for another 5. That is devastating for Jacksonville. They are running out of time, and that doesn't help their efforts at all.
Brevard using their championship experience to run away in the second half with this one. Jacksonville, their first state championship in a number of years, but I know this Jacksonville side will not lose hope. They'll fight to the end, but Brevard now with a tremendous lead here late in this game.
After the conversion.
Jacksonville going to sub in another player. See if they can get a spark going. Brock, kick again and through this time. Had the wind helping him on that kick, and he's able to put it through for 2 more. And we've got a Brevard player down. It's Hybrid just getting checked out. And here's a replay of that try. Stolen by number 11, and he's going to do it himself. Dwayne, excellent work. Excellent counter ruck from Brevard, and then excellent work from Dwayne picking that up and doing it individually, putting 5 more on the board.
And before the game, Coach Corky, assistant coach Corky, I asked him a few questions about Brevard. I've been blessed to be able to talk to some of the more institutional people of Brevard. He said this is one of the best teams they fielded, and they playing like it, especially in the second half.
Yes, Brevard's definitely has picked up in the second half here, playing the way they've played all season long. That first half they came out, they started hot and then they slowed down, maybe underestimated Jacksonville a little bit. These two teams did not play each other during the year.
And you got to remember, Brevard has been perfect on the season, absolutely running through competition. And they're doing this one for the Q. They lost one of their players suddenly a month ago, and they've been playing an inspired set of rugby, as we can see through the course of this second half.
Hey guys, stop. Just stop. Just stop. That's not your job. Just stop. Thank you. Stop. Just stop.
Sorry, you can hear some of the referee coaches on the sideline talking to Jacksonville and Brevard sidelines, telling them stay in their
lane, as they say.
Lane, basically, is what they were talking about. So we are here under the tent with the referee coaches, the official time scorers. We got the broadcast going on behind us with the camera. So brought everyone out here for state championship Saturday.
Today is a very special day in Florida rugby, and I think that the weather has indicated that this is some of the best weather we've seen.
And a not straight throw from Jacksonville.
Yeah, you can do a blood replacement.
And thanks to a blood sub, it looks like the Flying Ryan has an opportunity to come back in because one of the Jacksonville players has an eye split and is bleeding. And thanks to a blood sub, the Flying Ryan man himself is back in. We have
Jacksonville using all their subs, so no subs left on the bench, so they're allowed to bring in someone who had already been taken out of the game, and they elect to bring Ryan Banneroo back in the game. But unfortunately, their scrum half is the one who came out of the game.
Oh, and the confusion from the sideline has left a giant gap in the middle for Jacksonville.
But Jacksonville covering it nicely on defense, and the fullback for Brevard making a few players miss, and now Brevard back inside Jacksonville territory. Jacksonville needs to get this ball, needs to put more points on the board here. And that looks like a poach. And yes, the penalty given to Jacksonville. Good. Big Mike with the poach, and Jacksonville looking to go quick with Keith. They're going to give it to number 8, who's been running people over all day long, Corey Mims. And now they're going to go to James, the speedster, but they gave it to him in the middle of the field, not in space. And now Keith going to do it himself, didn't find anyone to pass to, no one running on. And now Jacksonville trying to play quick. They give it to Ryan, who's going to offload it. And now Jacksonville's got some numbers wide, but they're not getting the passes out. They're not getting it wide. And now Keith Messer replacing Connor at scrum half after he came off for a blood sub.
I mean, they're down 14 points. Jacksonville living in the area of desperation. 10 minutes left to go in this game. Do they have what it takes to add points now and make this a barn burner at the end? Their structure is a little chaotic right now. A lot of offloads, a lot of flat line running. No one's running forward until after they're receiving the ball. You can see the fatigue setting in, but towering run.
But number 3, Jose Alvarez, who had a try earlier in this game. Excellent run from him. And now we see Jacksonville going forward after Brevard stalled them for several phases. And a penalty against Brevard. And Jacksonville going to go quick with it, and they're going to give it to number 6, Luke Wiseman. And not held down on the ground, so Luke gets up and continues to run. Brevard looking for that counterattack as they have been all day, but they left some space wide for Jacksonville, but just take the crash ball. Just elects to take the crash ball, and Brevard with the poach. Jacksonville not going quick and taking quick from Brevard. You think they would have kicked the touch and wasted some time.
I'm so caught up in what the referee will call here. Not back 10. Jacksonville had a little bit of momentum, showing a little bit of their awesomeness over the course of about 6 or 7 phases, unable to keep the ball the entire time. And, you know, bend but don't break. Brevard has taken on that approach for the second half, not being so aggressive in every ruck, not going after every single poach, but definitely getting the nervous system of this Jacksonville team primed and ready, because they think that Brevard is going after every ball, and they just find themselves under-resourced at time, giving up a turnover. Brevard has a man down. Referee has stopped play. And let's see if Brevard actually takes it slow. They had a great opportunity after that not releasing penalty to take their time and slow down, but they went quick as possible.
You see a forward picked the ball up, and that's what happened. He wanted to run somebody over, but Jacksonville not back 10, so Brevard's going to have another penalty at the 40-meter line. And now we see Colby coming in for Brevard. About 10 minutes left in this match. Colby a tremendous player. High energy always when he's on the pitch.
Absolutely, and he's been waiting for an opportunity to really represent himself in Florida. He's played around a little bit, been around a little bit, found a home with his Brevard side, and now might find himself making a big impact for the team that's up on the lead in the second half of the championship game. Big shout outs to Kobe. It's been a long time coming for the young brother as Brevard gets this line out going.
Say again. The score is 39-25.
Brevard line out on Jacksonville's 40-meter. But we're going to see a free kick for Brevard. We're going to see a free kick for Brevard. Jacksonville not getting set up quickly. And now Brevard electing to slow things down and go with a scrum.
And I believe Jacksonville is going to live with that blood sub. And it looks like the blood sub will probably not return to the game. I'm not sure they were able to stop the bleeding or if his injury itself is too much for him to be able to continue. But we've seen a little bit of jolt, a little bit of energy from this Jacksonville side once Flying Ryan came back on. Did you make that injury sub back out?
Yeah, they had about 10 phases there and then unfortunately turned the ball over. But now Brevard attacking yet again. Number 16 just came into the game a couple minutes ago, going up against James for Jacksonville, and Brevard now finds themselves close. There goes Colby with his first hit up of the match for Brevard. And now Brevard going wide, but the forward's not ready for the pass from Brock, and Keith with some space in front of him gets brought down in midfield. Jacksonville's got a ton of space on that wide side. Are they going to use it? No, Ryan elects to come short, and a bruising hit up from number 22. Was that Daniel? And
Penalty advantage given to this Jacksonville side. How would they use it?
And Jacksonville going with the pick and goes. It's been successful all game, but unfortunately not much time left. You got to put the ball in the try zone twice.
And you can hear their sideline supporters telling them to hurry up, rush, get to it.
Brevard there looking for an interception. Almost looked like it would have been an intentional knockdown. Reached out there with only one hand, but Jacksonville throwing it into touch, and it's going to be a Brevard line out.
Right, it seemed like he might have got his hand on it, and he's claiming innocence. And it looks like Brevard will get the ball back. We have about 5.5 minutes left to go in this. 5 minutes to go left in this D3 state.
I just told him. Did you not hear me? Okay. What do you have? 74-40.
74-40 into this game. We got just over 5 minutes left to go in this one.
And if Jacksonville has an opportunity to get back in this game, they have to score in the next 2 minutes.
Oh, but Brock with the dummy out wide, and he's going to find himself up against Ryan Banner, who has moved to that fullback position for Jacksonville. Ryan with the double tackle. And now Brock to hybrid, and now they're going to switch fields. Brevard inside center, back inside pass, but no, gets thrown forward, but penalty advantage for a high tackle against Jacksonville. Jacksonville, you think Brock would go for points here, take some time off the clock, put some more points on the board.
And a conversion here would essentially end the game and wraps it up perfectly, the way that Brock's right foot has been really leading the charge, getting them out of bounds, setting them up for these lineouts.
But Brevard's sideline, Brevard's coaching staff telling Brock to go to touch so they can set up a line out.
How much you want to bet? 2-1 is going to be a maul. They're going to try to maul it in.
Well, let's see if Jacksonville actually contests this line out. They did once right in front of us, but I don't know why you wouldn't contest the entire game. They've only been going short to hybrid this whole game.
And this might be the prime opportunity not to contest, to get them locked into maybe a tracker trailer situation. No contest on the line out, and they pop from the top.
And they're going to go wide with Brock.
Line out play set up. Quick out of that ruck. And they are going all the way wide.
Is that Mr. Hattrick yet again finding himself close to the try zone? It is not, but Brevard close to the try zone. They are on the opposite side of the field with us, and we are field level. It's hard to see everything opposite side of the field, but Brevard taking a look, says Kai, and held up. He's going to speak with his AR about this decision, but Brevard right on that try line. Kai could not see if the ball was put down cleanly, so he's going to speak to Tom Champa, his AR, to see if Brevard put 5 more on the board here.
And those literally might be 2 of the 3 most experienced referees in the state of Florida having a conversation about what they see. Tom is moving towards away, so there's no try. Looks like it's held up.
And we are going to see the blood sub come back in for Flying Ryan Banneroo. Number 9, Connor Laveri, says, I want to finish this game out with my teammates.
If we look at just the perseverance of this Brevard side over the years, great position for them to be in right now.
And the referees decided it was a goal line dropout for Jacksonville. So Brevard now, Brock himself going to make the catch and take it back into Jacksonville territory.
Hybrid again, out the back again. He's finding those sneaky passes all day, showing his skills.
And in this second half, it seems as though Brevard has had heavy possession favor, where in the first half it was probably 50-50. And now, but Brevard just taking over in this second half.
Jacksonville definitely put their stamp on the game in the first half, but unfortunately, Brevard has shown their true colors. And this Gulf Coast might have to watch out for a Jacksonville side who'll be playing against some of these, Brevard side who'll be playing against some of these teams in the NOLA regions, in the South, in Georgia, some of these Texas teams. Brevard has a steep hill ahead of us, but the way they played in the second half, if they can pull that for the rest, they'll find themselves in great positions as they head into this Gulf Coast regional in about 2 weeks.
Brock with a nice step and then an offload, but hit out of his hand in the tackle. And now 2-on-2 on the outside. The fullback for Brevard looking to make something happen. And Keith for Jacksonville looking for the counter ruck, but Brevard holds it up nicely. And now Mr. Hattrick himself looking to do it himself again. And he's going for a 4th.
4 by Euless.
And he will put it down under the post.
If you can ever see someone jumping to a team, becoming part of a team, and really putting their stamp on that team, Euless has done that, especially in this championship game. We're talking about a guy who spent time playing arena football, college D1 football, and now is making his stamp in the Florida State Championship. 4 tries on the day. This man is magic. There is no stopping him once he makes his decision. Good on Brevard bringing him in, and great job by Euless, who I can flatly say from what I've seen today is the MVP for Brevard here in this championship game.
4 tries on the day, most of them tremendous individual efforts.
Solo efforts. When they needed someone to step up, he was the man. And great job on you. When Brevard needed him most, he appeared. Great job by Euless, and good job by Brevard putting an absolute exclamation point on this championship game. And finally, after 4 years of being held out, 4 years of being told no by the Palm Beach Panthers, who moved up to D2 this past year, Brevard has won the D3 state final.
Final time here and that is final time here at IMG. Brevard finally taking the state championship game. Tremendous season all around, undefeated, and now they'll head to regionals.
Like I said before, they have a steep hill to climb at regionals. Some of the best teams in the Gulf Coast area will be all converging. But this team is showing that they have what it takes, showing up in the second half big time. Led up front by Hybrid, led up front by the right boot and the coordination of Brock and Eulish, showing up the 4-try guy himself, putting Brevard over. Congratulations to Jacksonville on an amazing season, stepping up big time this year. And also, big shout out and congratulations to this Brevard team. I'm very proud of what they've accomplished, especially after being denied so many years. Champions of the D3 state finals here in Florida, the Brevard Red Eyes. And big shout out to Mr. Ross, who we met earlier, who started the club. And I know he's very excited as a supporter as his teams make it to regionals.
Yes, congratulations, Brevard, but they do have a tough road ahead of them at regionals, and you know the goal is a national championship for this Brevard team. And congratulations to Jacksonville, their first state championship in a number of years. They've been a 500 club, and they stepped it up this year, undefeated in regular season play. Unfortunately, fell short today, but they have a lot to look forward to in the years to come. They have a very young squad, and congratulations to them on a tremendous season. And Brevard, your D3 2024 Florida State champions, congratulations to them. That is all for game 1 of 4 today. We have 3 more games for you out here today. Up next, we have the Division II women's final, Fort Miami versus Tampa. Tampa, the reigning state champions. Can they go? Can they do it again? I don't even want to say back-to-back because it's been like 4 years now for them. It's been a while. So Tampa looking to hold that championship belt yet again, this Great American Rugby Championship belt yet again. Can they hold it once again? So be ready for that one. That one will start at 12:30. So we're going to take a little break, and we'll be back to you later. and we are back. And welcome, game number 2 on the day. We have our Division II women's final. Fort Miami in the green and blue and Tampa in the all black. Once again, my name is Nick with No Flop Sports. With me, as always, is Lance of Great American Rugby. And we have a great game for you here today. Tampa winning the several last state championship games in a row, and Fort Miami putting together a tremendous season to get here.
Absolutely. And this Fort Miami team is resilient, ready to fight, but they are going against a juggernaut who's held on to the reins of state champion for many, 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 many years. Already Fort Miami is bringing the noise early on.
Finding themselves deep in Tampa territory. Inside 10 meters already is Fort Miami. But they're going to need to score a lot or bring hard defense against this Tampa team who have put up big numbers in every one of their games this season.
It's whether or not they can be slowed down. It's whether or not you can match their firepower. But even now, look at how much struggle and work Fort Miami has to put in just to get meterage right now.
But a penalty against Tampa, and Fort Miami is going to be set up at the 5-meter line, and they're going to tap and they're going to go wide. Fort Miami right under the post, about 7 meters out. Morgan Freeman with the ball for Fort Miami. She's going to be a very, very impact player for Fort Miami. And now Fort Miami inching towards the try line within 2 meters, and they're going to give it to their forward again, who gets pushed backwards. But Fort Miami on the doorstep here early. Fort Miami getting the ball out wide. Tampa, great goal line defense. And now they're going to go wide with Morgan. And they're going to go all the way to the wing. But no, the ball goes through the hands of the wing. And now it's on the ground. And Tampa has recovered it. And now Tampa has the ball. But wait, ref was playing advantage for Fort Miami. And Fort Miami's going to be back at about the 8 meters out from the try line. Tampa having to play goal line defense here early.
And this doesn't even seem as though Tampa's uncomfortable. They seem so seasoned and so ready for almost anything. I expect them to play furious defense till the bitter end of this game, including right now on the goal line. But this Fort Miami side seems to be really focused.
Fort Miami seeing the ball on the ground. They cannot lose these opportunities. If they're inside the 22 of Tampa, they need to put one on the board. And they're going to go weak side to Morgan. Even though it was a 1-on-4, her scrum half trusted her. Liz trusted Morgan. And now Fort Miami just a meter out the pick and go. But Fort Miami heavy pressure here early. Fort Miami going back to their forwards.
We might have a high tackle advantage in one of those tackles moving from the sideline. And look at this Tampa line speed.
Tampa line speed, tremendous.
Look at this crew line speed. They are moving up and getting into the face of this Fort Miami side.
Oh, they're going to go over the top to the wing. Who gets driven into touch? Fort Miami, several opportunities here early, but unable to capitalize. But we are going to come back for that high tackle advantage. 5 meters out, and Fort Miami looking to drive it in with their forwards. Ball not calling from the referee, and Fort Miami dives over the try line, but the referee says short, and it was stolen by Tampa. Fort Miami thought they put it down on the line. The referee did not see it, and Tampa is going to kick it out, and it's going to go into touch about 30 meters out from the try line. Fort Miami thought they dotted it down, but the ref did not see it happen.
He called it a knock-on going in to score the try.
Wow.
And Fort Miami, few of the players seem as though they've been done bad, but they have another opportunity outside of the 22, still have ball. But, man, great defense by the crew.
and you already see hands on hips, hands on knees for some of these Tampa players. They just had to play goal line defense for the first 5 minutes of this match. And Fort Miami with a not straight throw, and they're going to turn it over right away to Tampa. And as we said, Tampa heavy favorites in this game, and so Fort Miami needs to capitalize when they're close to the try line like that.
Well, let's talk a little bit about these teams. Fort Miami led on the field by their two centers, Morgan Brown and Morgan Freeman. Morgan Freeman spent time at Lindenwood playing on the Lindenwood team that took over the USA for a long time. PR7's resume is incredible. Morgan Brown is a Jamaican international player, and they've been leading from the front for this Fort Miami team, teaching and operating. You can see the 12 and 13 will flash all over the screen for this Fort Miami side today.
Tampa with the penalty out of the scrum, and this Tampa team is led by Tonya O'Neill in their forward pack. She'll be wearing number 4 today, and Robin Oliveri at fly half. Those two have been incredible to Tampa's success, not only this season, but in seasons past as well.
I mean, this Tampa team, as I said, a juggernaut, unstoppable. Once they get to moving, no one can stop them, no one can slow them down. And last year, they lost to the eventual national champions. They lost to the eventual national champions in Knoxville. In this field, they're even more poised to take that step further, but first they have to be able to get past this Fort Miami team who's been chomping for an opportunity to even the score. And we have the crew with a break. 2 ball in hand, but the ball just a little errant and a knock on just as they were passing the 50-meter line. Great sequence of play for the crew as they cruise outside of their own territory. But now, Fort Lauderdale, can they bring back some of the magic that they had early on and get points? They really, really brought the confrontation to Jacksonville, forcing penalties, extra opportunities for themselves. But can that confidence continue so that they can find themselves getting points? Because they have to score against this against this Tampa team. This Tampa team is not going to slow down even a little bit. So points are at a premium for Fort Miami. As you can hope for a team. Fort Miami runs a loop around, finds a space, and almost intercepted. Morgan giving the offload to Morgan. Brought down aggressively. And more, this Fort Miami side is bringing the noise, but just without people resource. Clean tackle, chop tackle. Turnover made, and the crew are back running again forward. Not back 10 is a call by the
here at this game. We got official in the center and officials on the side. Our referee in the center for this D2 women's match is Mark Hawkins, and the ARs, we have Gus Godoy and Kyle Fundievente. And should be an excellent one here. Excellent. As you can see, very competitive first few minutes to this match. Very, very well-trained referees here, not only in the center, but ARs as well. For the entire day, we have the best referees in the state here representing these matches.
Not only the best teams make it to the Florida State, championships, but the best referees condensed through a season of aggressive play on multiple levels. The best are brought to bear, and now we have a referee technical issue. Even the people helping out the referees are the best that we have in the state, making sure these refs are ready and prime, ready to go. But already you can see how this game's getting contentious. The players, seeing that the refs are off the field, Fort Miami is pointing out players, lining up, getting ready for defense. The ref's not even out there. You got the crew players who are relaxing, signaling what's next. already this is going to be a game I think is going to be highly contentious. Even though Tampa has been running away for years and years, and even this year have shown that they're the cream of the crop, they have to be able to put it together today. And Fort Miami only has to be perfect for 80 minutes right now.
Even in both of Tampa and Fort Miami's matchups this year, Tampa did end up running away with it a little bit, but Fort Miami did progress. We did see them get better as the season went on, and I'm excited to see this matchup today. Referee getting a little head tape. Keep his microphone in his ear, keep his earpiece in his ear. And now we're ready to start back up. Tampa, they're gonna elect here to go with the quick tap at the 50-meter line. Normally you'd see teams kick the touch, but Tampa getting a good 12 meters off of that hit up. And now gonna look to go wide with their backs. And there's number 15 for Tampa with a tremendous line break. That is Sam Black Keels. Excellent, excellent. She is also a player to look out for in this matchup.
We just saw Morgan Freeman get a little bit caught up, going straight to ground. Once this Tampa team gets to rolling, it's almost desperation to try to get a turnover, try to get some slow down, because that's how they usually run teams off the field, playing a kicking attack when necessary, or just being really confrontational. They got some big ladies out there who bring the noise in every contact situation. One of the best forward packs in the region. And you can see how it was strain and stress a defense the way that it has for Fort Miami. Now, with the crew on the front foot going in to score.
And you will see Robin Oliveri, the fly half for Tampa, kicking all day for the crew. She's always tremendous on the boot for years and years. And, oh, unfortunately, a knock-on for Tampa when they had space wide. And we're going to see a scrum here with Fort Miami put in, but Tampa with space wide, unfortunately. Ball just lost by number 6. Caitlin Ferg is her nickname. Caitlin Ferguson, unfortunately, with the knock-on for Tampa.
And again, this is exactly where Tampa wants to be, on the opposing team side of the field, being able to bring that shutdown, straightforward defense that they've kind of made a staple of themselves.
Fort Miami, there goes Morgan Brown up the middle, physical runner. As said earlier, she is on the Jamaica National Sevens roster. She finds herself playing with them often. And now Fort Miami, Morgan Freeman to Morgan Brown, Morgan, and now they're gonna go wide to the forwards with a hit up. And now let's see Fort Miami setting up short side. They're gonna go back to Morgan, and Morgan Brown had some numbers out wide, should have given it up, but
yeah, they have to make the most of those opportunities.
Excellent offload there. And playing advantage is Fort Miami for, I believe, an offsides penalty from Tampa. Liz at scrum half for Fort Miami. Her first year at scrum half last year has really grown into that role. One her teammates trust her with heavily now at that scrum half position.
Yeah, she's definitely grown over the couple years. She's definitely grown over last year. And Freeman going through almost with the break. Jersey tackle brings her down right outside the 22. And now they're going to go to their forward pack.
Big hit up. It's a little tough to see the numbers on these Fort Miami jerseys, but we'll do the best we can to bring you their names as they get runs, as they score tries. Tampa now with a big counter ruck, and the ball stolen, and Tampa looked to kick it away, but charged down by Fort Miami, and Tampa now still in possession inside their 22. I believe Robin here looking to set up to kick it to touch as they're deep in their own territory, and that's exactly what she does. Not the best kick from Robin, but it does find touch.
But a not rolling away call by the official. So now, again, Fort Miami almost with a great opportunity right around the 22 with a chance to attack, not rolling away. gives Tampa the ability to kick for space and keep possession. Those little moments are going to swing this game because Fort Miami has to play as close to perfect as you can imagine to be the team who's the overdog in such a way, the favorite in such a way.
Yeah, Fort Miami now twice inside Tampa's 22, unable to come away with any points, and that could show dangerous later in the game, as we have seen for years past, that Tampa is able to run away from games, from teams.
Yeah, you got to make the most of all the opportunities. I wonder if Fort Miami will lean into taking penalties as the game goes on when they find themselves in the 22 just to get points. And, of course, this Tampa team did not play so aggressive because you know if you give up a penalty inside the 22 or around it, you're going to give up 3 points. We'll see how that works as the game progresses on.
But early on, they had several penalties at the 5-meter line, looking to punch it in, looking to make an early statement, say, Tampa, we're here to fight today. We're not going to back down. Unfortunately, Tampa with the strong defense, not allowing Fort Miami to get any points.
And that line-out play, just perfect. Fort Miami not even have opportunity to jump and contest. And unfortunately, every time the ball gets to this area of the field, there's an infraction. Morgan.
Oh, no, we had a knock-on by Tampa and then a forward pass by Fort Miami. Morgan Freeman was through to the try zone. Nobody in front of her, but unfortunately a forward pass found her hands.
And Morgan also going to stick around later in the day because not only do we have the D2 state final between the Pelicans of St. Pete and the Miami Tridents, but after that, St. Thomas University versus Florida University. She spent a little bit of time with St. Thomas, really helping grow that program to what it's become, using her college experience, her multinational championship college experience. And Fort Miami is now on the attack. Morgan Freeman with ball in hand.
Oh, no, ball to ground. They were looking to run a play there. But unfortunately, ball hits the ground. Fort Miami still in possession, but loses a good 30 meters. But now trying to set up their offense. Forward still making their way back from the scrum. Morgan Freeman's going to take a hit up. And ball on ground again for Fort Miami, but able to retain possession, which is good here. You can't let Tampa control the ball a lot because we will see points. Points will eventually start to come for Tampa. But how can you limit them is what Fort Miami is going to try to do. Tampa with the quick tap. Robin going to take it herself. And now Juanita, they call her Nana, with the big hit up for Tampa, number 3 prop. She's a name we'll say all day as well. Made a big impact last year in the championship game.
Another errant pass. Fort Miami able to apply some pressure, taking back some of that same meterage they just lost. And you can hear the Tampa crew coach saying, "Kick the ball away." It seems like they're preparing to play more of a expansive kicking game
Nana
like before.
just pushing people off her. Takes 3 Fort Miami players to bring her down, and now they're gonna go out the back with a kick. Robin straight up the middle. The wind carrying it deep. It's going to land in the try zone, but who's going to get there first? And Fort Miami appears they jumped on it first, and we're going to see.
And it might have been carried over into the try zone by Fort Miami. So not only did they just get 50 meters of advantage there, but now right on the doorstep with a scrum down for the Tampa crew. Dangerous hour for Fort Miami. What a turn of events. We knew the kicking game was coming because that's Tampa's crew's approach. No fullback back. Let the ball take a perfect bounce in this Florida weather. And now Tampa crew on the doorstep of getting the initial points here.
And from our vantage point, it looked like that ball was in the try zone already. So Fort Miami just had to jump on it. But referee right next to the game, right? We're joined in the booth, Tom Ciampa.
The champion ref himself.
He's in the center later, and Tom does want everyone to know that the refs had a push-up competition, and he did take home first place. 67 consecutive push-ups from Mr. Tom Ciampa in this referee push-up competition last night they had at the hotel.
All right, 8. And Fort Miami, step, inside step off the right foot. What a glorious try by this Tampa side.
Tampa crew, we knew the points would come. Fort Miami able to hold them back for the first part of this game, but Fort Miami, as we said, need to take advantage of their opportunities, and now they find Tampa in the lead early. We're going to find out who scored for you. Tom, who scored? Number 8, starting the scoring for Tampa crew, Rachel Bradley puts the first points on the board for this Tampa crew team.
I got my ruling enforcement right here for you.
Robin Oliveri with a kick
That's right.
about 15 meters out from the touchline. This one into the wind, and it does just go over the post. Excellent kick from Robin, and Tampa will take a 7-0 lead here in the first half. We're going to show you the replay now. Quick cut replay, quick cut productions out here off of the scrum. The pick and go from the 8-man, and she dots it down herself. Excellent work from Rachel Bradley. And Lance, Tampa normally doesn't give up the lead once they have it, but it still is early in the game. Fort Miami has had several opportunities deep in Tampa territory, and they need to continue that as this game progresses.
Absolutely. And you know what? One thing about the Tampa team, you say they don't give up a lead. Rarely do teams keep it close here in the state of Florida. So there's a bit of 20 minutes into the game. Fort Miami, 7-0 down. They find themselves in a position most teams would say is not ideal, but for them, it's almost perfect. They're keeping the game close. They're being highly contestable. And it took an absolute twist of fortune, perfect bounces of the ball, the weather, the wind pushing the ball down the field for Tampa to be so close and going in to score. And Tampa right now on the water break aren't standing by the coaches. They aren't meeting. They're around each other having a conversation about what's going on, just passing around water, breathing easy. This game almost looks like the beginning of some of the games that Tampa has over the course of this year. Maybe they'll be up by a little bit more than 5 or a little bit up more than 7, but again, they understand that the kicking game is going to put them through because they just seen how it works out for them. 7-0 lead for this Tampa side.
And like we saw the first 10 minutes of this match, Fort Miami had possession of the ball probably 90% of that first 10 minutes. They need to keep it like that if they want to keep Tampa out of this game, but also they need to find the try zone. They need to find either penalty kicks to get some points on the board, or they need to dot that ball down.
They can't really keep depending on this Tampa side to knock the ball on once it gets to the fullback winger channel, as we've seen 3 consecutive times for Tampa. And that's something that actually ailed them as they moved into the regional last year, was that they were dealing with some of these teams who had USA Eagle wingers and these high-level wingers and find themselves in trouble. Fort Miami cannot depend on or lean on Tampa making these mistakes as they move into these 15 and 5-meter channels on attack. Let's see how the rest of this half brews out as Fort Miami walks out confidently and Tampa breaks and gets ready for the kickoff.
We did hear from the refs this morning that it is very hot here at IMG Academy, and we will be having 20-minute water breaks at every half. So that is why you see the 20-minute break so far in the first 2 matchups today. As earlier, this is game 2 of 4. Brevard taking home the men's D3 championship in our first matchup. Tampa up 7-0 through 20 minutes against Fort Miami currently. And now we're going to see Morgan Freeman with the restart, hoping to kick it high so her teammates have a chance to recover. And it's a good one. Just goes 10 meters, but they let it bounce. Fort Miami could have had a chance at catching that ball. And Tampa crew now set up at the 40-meter. Are we going to see what Tampa is known for, that kick and chase? Is it going to go to Robin, or are they going to play out the backs? And they're going to play out the backs. And some space down the sideline here. That is number 12, the inside center for Tampa crew. a player that their coach did say will have a big impact on this game, and she already has as she's in the try zone. She's just got to dot it down near the post. Number 12, Nikki Snyder, putting on another try for this Tampa crew team. Excellent way to find the gap, and then a couple of stiff arm on some Tampa players. Excellent work.
That was a fantastic individual effort. The fend, the multi-layered fend, stumbling up, keeping her feet, outrunning the defense. Incredible bit of individual effort.
Hits the gap beautifully. We see a fend on the 13, a fend on the 15, and then Liz from Fort Miami, excellent job trailing the play, but a fend on her from Nikki. And now Tampa scoring in bunches early. Another Liz fend on, an excellent job from Nikki to put the ball down in the try zone, giving Tampa a 2-try lead.
And with a knock-on the kickoff, Fort Miami on the doorstep. Excuse me, a forward pass off the kickoff. Fort Miami on the doorstep of greatness. Got to get some points back. What better time than right this moment as they scrum down, as their back line organizes and figure out how to find their attack. This is probably one of the earlier set pieces for Miami with the attacking platform that they have right now. Let's see how they coordinate this and make this work.
Now Fort Miami going to Morgan Freeman, who's going to reverse field. And she's going to want to try to do it herself. She finds a gap, and the tackle isn't there, and she's going down to the corner. Can she? Oh, she's close. She's about 2 meters out from the try zone. Fort Miami going to try the pick and go with their forwards. And again, Tampa having to play this goal line defense, but a penalty against Tampa. So, and Morgan Freeman decides to go quickly, and now they're going to go with their forwards down to the middle of the field. And can they? No. What does the ref decide?
It looks like a knock-on right at the goal line.
Yet again, that is the second time that has happened to Fort Miami. A knock-on at the try line, trying to put the ball down. And we're going to see a goal line dropout. No, that is twice now for Fort Miami, having a knock-on while diving to the try zone to put the ball down.
In the words of the famous group Linkin Park, you try so hard, got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. Knocking the ball on right at the goal line with this dropout to come. And that ball might have touched a Fort Miami player going over her head, and now Tampa gets the ball back on the drop.
And we're going to see a replay of this knock-on at the try zone. And yes, you can see her reach to put it down, but a Tampa player knocks it out of her hand, inches above the ground.
Timely defense. Timely defense. This Tampa team.
And unfortunately, Tampa Robin on the goal line dropout hits a Fort Miami player and goes into touch, and now Tampa with the ball. And Tampa, good line out, but the ball goes errant, going back to the 9, and now Robin having to do it herself, try to get it away from her own try zone so her team can set up to kick it away. And they're going to go forwards here. And now you see the kick's going to come from Tampa. Excellent placement on the kick, no wing back for Fort Miami, and it's going to trickle into touch at the 40-meter line. But excellent work from Tampa getting the ball out of their own side.
If they can depend on kicking the ball, finding space, ball hitting the ground, dropping erratically, the wind, Mother Nature, and everything around influencing the game, Tampa's shot of winning this game increases ever so much. Fort Miami has to find a way to catch these on the full and attack back, because this defensive line pressure from Tampa on these kicks is one of the best in the region.
Excellent line out from from Fort Miami, and then they elect to go with the maul. Tampa trying to stay out of the maul, but a couple Tampa players engaging, so they get driven back a good 10 meters, and now we see Morgan Brown with the hit up. now they're going to come back weak side to their fly half. Back inside to Morgan Freeman, who's going to go outside to their wing with some space. It's one-on-one. Oh, and she runs her over. Number 14 for Fort Miami with the big run, but a big counter ruck from Tampa, and Tampa's going to steal this ball. Tampa looking to go with the forwards. Will we see another kick? They are deep in their side, not in the 22, but they are deep. And yes, we will see Robin with the kick. The fullback not back. She was up in the line on that last offensive run, and now gathered by Fort Miami inside their 40, and a high tackle by Tampa. So we will get a penalty. It was the wing number 11, Mac LaCourse, with the high tackle. And Fort Miami now looking to get back in Tampa's territory. Lance, it seems we've been in Tampa's half of the field for 80% of this game, but Tampa with the only points to on this day.
They just have moments of magic. Runs from around the 50-meter line going in to score. Kicks from the other side of the 50, finding themselves right on the doorstep. It's small moments like this that really can show the complexity of a game, because we showed you possession. If we showed you time of possession and field of possession, you would think Fort Miami would be the one in the lead right now.
But alas, again, those two tries just trying to dot it down, and unfortunately they try to run the fake switch with Morgan and Morgan, and the ball hits the deck and goes forward for Fort Miami. But as said, Fort Miami twice has had knock-ons diving to the try zone to put that ball down for points.
Seems uncharacteristic, and I don't believe the moment is too big for him, or this game is too big for him. But you don't convert on those opportunities, this will be your last game of your season. It's time for Miami to find a way to fine-tune those ending pieces of tries, because they're putting great phase play together. They're really putting pressure on this Tampa side, but Tampa's goal line defense seems to be as superb as we've seen in Florida.
And now the scrum half. Kai Dunn again. I hope I pronounced her last name correctly, but she, it was the scrum half, took it herself all the way around. The scrum half takes it herself all the way around. And we'll show you the replay after the kick, but what a tremendous individual effort from her, from Kai. And now, what a tough kick for Robin. This one's into the wind on the sideline. But as Tampa, just these long runs is what's getting them these tries. Fort Miami controlling the ball, controlling field possession, but these long runs from Tampa, these individual efforts are putting tries on the board. Kick is up and just short, but let's look at this replay off of the scrum. Just doing it herself, taking it around and down the sideline. And Fort Miami now needs to pick it up. You see them walking back. This game is far from over, Lance. About 50 minutes left in this match, but they do need to step it up. Down 19, my apologies.
Underdogs down by large margins in the first half doesn't always bode well, but this Fort Miami team, as you can see, can put phases together and attack. They just have to finish at the end. It's really the story of this first half.
Excellent kick from Morgan Freeman, and Tampa not catching it in the air, and now the ball is loose. And Fort Miami finds themselves in possession at the 22. And we're going to play advantage for Fort Miami. Now the referee going to come back. Diving over is the call, and Liz elects to go quick. And an excellent run. Morgan Brown inside the 22 for Miami yet again. Can they put some points on the board? And the offload, a little errant, but finds the hands of the scrum half, Liz. And now, for Miami looking to go to their backs. And another penalty from Tampa. Tampa committing a lot of penalties down near the try line. Will we see a yellow card from them? That is probably 7-8 penalties inside their own 22 in this match they've given up.
Sydney with the carry, getting dragged and pulled back. Had a good run earlier with the fin, but again, it looks like referee is reaching into pocket, just as you said, right on time. Commentators curse, and now Tampa is down a player.
And not only a player, I believe that is Robin Oliveri, their captain, number 10, who does all the kicking for them. So a big loss for Tampa. Not only are you down a player, but you are down one of your best players. For Miami, again electing for the hit up at the 5-meter line. And now they're going to go to their backs. They have plenty of space. Can Morgan find the time to get it out wide? And she can't, but she does it herself. And Morgan Freeman dots it down for the first points of the day for Fort Miami.
When you need your big players to step up, what better time than right this moment? Morgan Freeman getting 5 points for this Fort Miami side right when Tampa is down a player. Perfect time to stage a comeback and get this game closer going into halftime.
And Robin Oliveri is the one who received the yellow card. That was her first infraction on the day, but it was the one after the ref warned them, another one, you will get a yellow card, so she will sit for 10 minutes. And now Tampa out their best kicker, their captain, their fly half. How will they respond? And we're going to see Morgan Freeman about 10 meters from the sideline. She's got, and it is going to be no good, just pushed off to the right. And we are going to look at this replay. Morgan Freeman getting the ball, had to shed a defender as soon as she got the ball. She had numbers out wide, but says, I'm close enough to the try line. I can do it myself. I'm going to give my team 5 points.
And she's been one of the leaders in the state of Florida for a long time. One of the leaders for Fort Miami on points. As you can see, she does the conversions as well, but also one of the most potent players on attack. Good on her to get her team 5 points, but they need more, sir. More, please. We need more from Fort Miami. If you want to see a Oliver twist in this game, so to speak, and a change of fortunes in this first half.
I think Morgan Freeman is the points leader for all of women in the state of Florida, if I am not mistaken. But Tampa kicking it to Fort Miami, and now we'll see Morgan Brown in some space. Excellent fend from her, but a high tackle around the neck, says the referee, so we're going to bring it in. Fort Miami's looking to flip field here. They have some space if they can get it out wide, but no, a dropped pass, and Tampa now will play advantage. And the referee says, no, we're going to come back for the scrum, but Fort Miami needs to take advantage of Tampa's captain being in the sin bin.
Power play moment. Got to figure out how to add points. In the last game, we seen that didn't mean anything. The team that was down a player added additional tries, multiple tries. So Fort Miami still has to be cautious because this Tampa team is still dangerous. 14 on the field, 13 on the field, 15 on the field. Regardless, Tampa can put points in bunches.
Tampa strong scrum as they always have been, and now they go back to Nikki Snyder, who had the try earlier, and they're now going to find the win. And now she's going to make a step towards the sidelines and find touch. She was by herself running down the sideline with multiple Fort Miami Tampa players there. We thought she looked like she stutter step was going to cut back inside, but elects to try to go around number 14 Gabby Panino, and unfortunately gets dragged into touch.
The line out is on the way. Unconventional, our 8 woman is now throwing in Bree from New Jersey.
And missed the first jumper, but Fort Miami still able to retain possession. And now it looks like they're going to work it wide with their backs. Fly half to 10 to 12 to fullback to wing. They get it all the way wide. Excellent work. And they get 15, 20 meters out of it. And now Fort Miami setting up another phase. And they're going to go back wide, and they're going to find Morgan Freeman, who's going to find one of the big hitting forwards, but she's going to get driven back by multiple Tampa crew. And now an excellent line break from number 5. She drops the ball, but playing advantage, and now Fort Miami running to the try zone with nobody in front of her. She's got to fend somebody off, and she ducks it down for a try. And now
number 10, Kat Gomez, new to the team. This is her first season for the squad and putting points up in the championship game for the state. But with that greatness and with that absolute masterful piece of play by this Fort Miami side, with a Sydney break, the offload also going to Kat for her to finish. They have an injury on the field. It looks like one of their forwards is down. The kick to come by Morgan Freeman, but this might be a gift and a curse if they lose a player, especially with the little bit of momentum that they found themselves getting in the last 4 or 5 minutes with this man advantage, woman advantage that they have.
And Morgan Freeman's kick is up and good, and we will look at the replay. Excellent work here the last few meters of her excellent try. Had to fend off the wing from Tampa, and arm extended, dots the ball down right on the line. Excellent work for Miami, now back in this game after being down 19-0. And that was an excellent line break by number 5 from Fort Miami. Offload, hits the ground, picked up, and then the individual last 30-meter effort with the fend at the end, arm extended to put the ball down. Fort Miami now only down 7.
The fly half for Fort Miami, Kat Gomez, is a Venezuelan national team player. Shown the legs at the very end and the reach and the stretch to dot that ball down, but the try line break was created by Sydney Mayweather. She's been a feature for Fort Miami for the last 5 years. Raised in Philly. Fun fact about Sydney, the lock for Fort Miami, she has a twin brother, fraternal twin she is. And I'm sure she has family watching this game, seeing her cause destruction in the center of the field. Fort Miami, on the offload by Sydney, the ball hits the ground. Favorable bounce for Kat to be able to pick it up and have the space and to be able to accelerate and get all the way to the try zone. These are the moments that Fort Miami need to capitalize on. Those 2 earlier knock-ons going in, those are erased now. You got your 2 back, but this
and now we see this sin bin come into effect. Fort Miami now 2 tries scored with Tampa's captain off the field.
But you can't count on this the entire day. You can't count on this for the next 40. You need to be able to sustain this acceleration, this momentum that you find yourself on. Because it wasn't the lack of a player that's the reason they scored. They found continuity in the middle of the field, and Tampa's giving away penalties, multiple back-to-back penalties, creating opportunities for Fort Miami. They already had those opportunities earlier. Now they're finding ways to get points for it.
And unfortunately for Fort Miami, the player who was down will be coming out of the game. Her day is done. Unfortunate for her. It looks like a shoulder injury, an upper arm injury.
Number 16, Anel Echegore, is stepping in. 13 years with this Fort Miami side. Born and raised in Miami, Florida, representing Fort Miami. Lee College graduate. Spends her time as a dog trainer. Hopefully she can add bark to this side and then get some energy to be able to win this state championship.
Tampa now with a deep kickoff inside the 22 and not taken cleanly by Fort Miami, and now they're all the way back at their 5-meter line. But Morgan Brown with a good run to get it back up close to the 22, but the ball is out and on the ground again for Fort Miami going backwards. This is not what you want to see after back-to-back tries from Fort Miami, but it looks like, let's see what the referee has called. I believe the ball had gone into the try zone and it was touched down by Fort Miami, so we will now see a Tampa scrum, and they've already scored twice off these scrums today.
Yes, they have. And just to give you guys an update, the injured player for this Fort Miami side, Skylar Cypress, struggling to get out of her jersey, getting attended to by the doctors. We want to say good job by Skylar, 5-year veteran out of Pembroke Pines, Florida, representing Fort Miami. She will be missed because they found momentum with her on the field. Let's see if they can continue this. But this 5-meter scrum down for Tampa is a dangerous moment for Fort Miami for their momentum. I mean, imagine a kickoff after 2 straight tries and a yellow card, sin bin, sitting off to the side, and an errant catch and 2 errant phases find themselves in the same position they were earlier when they gave it the first try. This 8-man pick is dangerous for this Tampa team.
Now we see the 9. They're actually going to pass it off the back to their fullback, and now they're going to run an inside play with Nikki, their inside center, who's going to drag several Fort Miami players with her closer to the try line, and we're going to see a penalty against Fort Miami. And Tampa going to quick tap, and she's going to run somebody over and dot it down right under the post. What an excellent run. Unfortunately, I couldn't see what number it was, but we're going to find out here in a second. I believe it was Juanita Nana. Excellent run by her. She just flattened a Fort Miami defender.
So on the penalty, the player was taking too long to get up and get out of the way. So she was still trying to stand up from the penalty and get back to the goal line to set up. Unfortunately, either you're a road bump or a road block, and she was just a road bump getting crashed into the pads on the goalpost and watching Tampa put down 5 for a try.
And now, with Robin out of the game, we have number 15, Sam Black Keels, taking the conversion. And it is up and through. Tampa adding 7 points, down a player.
I'm still going to make slide comments.
And we're going to look at that replay really quick. Excellent, excellent job. Excellent job from her, taking it straight up and under the post.
And we are done with half number 1 of Fort Miami versus the Tampa Crew. An amazing first half. Tampa Crew finding a way to quell some of the momentum created by this Fort Miami team, scoring with no time left in the half. Just those small mistakes. Imagine if Fort Miami was able to hold on to that kickoff, keep possession, they go into the half without giving up that 7 points right then.
I know Fort Miami finding all the advantage with Tampa being down a player, and Fort Miami will start the half up a player, but not for very long. There's got to be only 1 or 2 minutes left on that yellow card. So Tampa will get their captain back, and Tampa now again with a 2-try lead after Fort Miami gave that up there late. And we have a great one here. Great game here. This is still very much in reach for Fort Miami. Big underdogs here. Tampa has done this before. They do not want to lose here today. They want to go to regionals and get their get back against Tennessee from last year. So excellent games thus far. We do have one more half to bring to you, as well as 2 more games following this. We hope you join us the entire day here with Quick Cut Productions, No Flop Sports, Great American Rugby. We'll be here all day. Florida State Championship Rugby. We'll catch you after halftime. And we are back for the second half of Tampa Crew versus Fort Miami. Tampa up 26-12. Still within reach for Fort Miami, but Tampa with a 2-try lead, and Robin has 1 minute and 40 seconds left in the sin bin for Tampa, so they will still be playing with 14. And now we're going to see a deep kickoff from Tampa, and not recovered from Fort Miami yet again, but Morgan Freeman bounces on it, and she's going to have a tremendous run through. And it looked like a high tackle, but the ref missed it, so we will play on. And now Fort Miami working their forwards. And now out to the backs. They've been going through Morgan Freeman all day long. I believe that will be the story for the rest of the game today. Morgan Brown also, every time Morgan Brown gets the ball, she gains meters. She's an excellent runner for this Fort Miami team. And now they're going to find their fly half to a forward, and she's going to get a nice breakaway. But Tampa looking for the counter ruck, and Fort Miami playing with advantage for not rolling away quick enough. And we're going to see, oh, excellent offload to Morgan Freeman. And now the referee wants to come back for the penalty, even though Fort Miami had possession of that ball and was moving forward. But Fort Miami looks like they're going to go quick and give it to a forward pack running on. Good run for Fort Miami, and now they're going to go out the back to their backs. Ball on the ground, but Morgan Brown picks it up, and she's going to fend off a few people and get dragged sideways. Fort Miami putting together a lot of phases here and not going forward too much, but a knock on, another drop pass by Fort Miami, and it's been hurting them all day long. As soon as Robin Oliveri is back on the pitch for Tampa, no more sin bin for Tampa. They're back to full strength, and Tampa now with possession of the ball, about a scrum 25 meters out, and that is not what you want to see as Fort Miami.
Definitely a bit of a nightmare scenario for this Fort Miami team. The sin bin is off of the chair, away from the referee station, and actively into the game. Let's see if her boot reinvigorates this Tampa side and gets them back moving forward.
Tampa, excellent work in the scrum as they have all season. And now ball straight to Robin, who tries to give a pass to the fullback running on, but we're going to see a penalty in the scrum against Fort Miami. Robin trying to find Sam there in a gap, tight pass, didn't connect, and the referee's going to come back for the advantage in the scrum. Tampa electing to go with the tap and then give it to their forwards, and now they're going to go through Robin, who's going to give it to another forward, who's going to give it to Nana, who once again runs somebody over when she has the ball. She is very dangerous with the ball, someone you will need to double tackle if you are Fort Miami on impact. And now Nikki with the ball for Tampa, and she gives it wide, but the ball's on the deck, and we're going to have a knock on for Tampa inside the 22. Unfortunate for Tampa there, looking to put more points on the board. Fort Miami now deep in their side. Will we see a kick away from their try line? They haven't been, they're not a kicking team. They like to play with ball in hand, like to get it wide, like to use their backs that they have.
Yeah, they have really good attacking centers, as we've stressed over the course of this game. They have a fly half who's very competent and capable with ball in hand.
That 10-12-13 combo for Fort Miami is dangerous. Now Fort Miami coming out of the scrum. We're going to see a 10 dummy switch with the wing, and another knock on. Unfortunately, Morgan Brown, as she was catching it, was going to get hit by a Tampa player, knocked it on, and we will now see a Tampa scrum again. And Tampa now bringing on number 16, Callie Frungian, to replace I believe she replaced Shelby Coleman. And now the 8-man pick again for Tampa. It worked earlier in the game and it helps them get meters here. And now they're going to go back inside, right to a forward pod. And now they're going to go wide with the backs. They have some space, and there's Tonya O'Neill on the outside, and she is in. Oh no, the referee's going to have a conversation. And no try. It was knocked on from Tonya. She was being tackled as she dove into the try zone. The referee came together with our AR on the side and said she knocked it on. That is our third try today, knocked on as the person was diving for the try line.
And I mean, you talk about saved at the bell, saved at the right moment. Fort Miami giving up that space around the edge, getting beat on the outside 5-meter channel, and with enough defense and grit to get back.
And now we're going to see a goal line dropout from Fort Miami. It's going to take a weird bounce, and Tampa ends up jumping on the ball, but a knock-on from Tampa. And now Fort Miami back in possession with the ball outside of their 22.
Tampa almost had a dream beginning to this half. They almost had the perfect bit of play to really extend themselves and get this lead to a point where they can feel a little bit more comfortable. But a knock on right going in the score, and a knock on going in the score, and then a knock on immediately after gives Fort Miami the front foot to attack now.
And now Fort Miami using their back line. Morgan Brown with a long run on the outside, advantage for a high tackle coming in, and Fort Miami now on the 40-meter line. They're going to run the tap play again with their forwards. They've been doing it all day. I don't know if they kicked the line out or their lineouts aren't up to par with where they want it to be with this heavy wind today. Maybe in warm-ups they didn't like how the lineouts were looking, so they elect to go with the tap and give it to a forward. Moving on every penalty thus far today. Now Fort Miami with some space wide. Robin with the kick to touch here. Not much distance on it, but she did have the wind blowing towards her, so she is able to find touch. And now we're going to see. And Tampa's last opportunity for a try, the ball was dropped by Tonya O'Neill. I said her name before the game, said she'd be an impact player during the game. We didn't hear her much in the first half, but definitely a player they're going to lean on late. She is very, very tremendous player for this team, and one they'll look towards late in this game. And Juanita Nana has been subbed out of the game for Tampa. They bring in some fresh legs at the prop position. But now Tampa going wide with their backs. Almost a drop ball. And now Tampa has some space out wide here. Can they find it? No, they go up the middle with their hooker, Jesse Premet, a.k.a. Jupiter. But Tampa slowly putting together these phases, slowly gaining meters. This is what we saw Fort Miami do to them in the first half, and now Tampa is turning the tide. And now a line break from Jesse.
Miami is playing this tenacious defense that we've seen from them today. And might have produced a turnover. Morgan Freeman with the turnover and quick tap. And not back 10 is the call by the referee. She wants to go quick again.
But Fort Miami needs possession of this ball. They are down here. (26-12). We see Tampa leading. Fort Miami needs to get this ball moving. They go fly half, skip the forwards to Morgan Freeman out the back, and now a forward pass. They call a forward pass against Fort Miami, and now Tampa once again will have the ball inside Fort Miami's territory. In the first half, Fort Miami had the ball on Tampa's side for probably 75% of the half we saw, and now it's flipped in this second half. We see Tampa with the majority of the possession in Fort Miami's territory.
And what an opportunity to just have all of the possession with a lead that you have that's multiple tries. This has seemed more aligned to what Tampa's game plan was to begin with, and to have a lead is more like what we've seen from them over the course of this year and years prior.
Tampa, excellent work. Every single set piece Tampa has run today, they've gained tremendous amount of meters. Now Fort Miami looking for that counter ruck, doesn't find it, but we see a knock on from Tampa. Last few minutes here, they've been playing between the 40s. Which team will break out next? Fort Miami needs to start putting more points up on the board to get back into this game, and Tampa looking to keep their lead.
Scrum down, Fort Miami's opportunity. They've shown phase play in spurts. This seems like a good time for them to be able to, but can they do it without having that man advantage, woman advantage?
Oh, excellent run. Oh, no, excellent run from the Venezuelan fly half Cat for Fort Miami, but unfortunately, I don't know if the ball was hit out of her hand or it looked like she just dropped it, but either way, we're going to come back for a penalty.
So the AR might have directed the center referee on what happens there. They're going back to another scrum, but it looks like she lost the ball forward. Number 6, no binding on the scrum was the call, and had no effect on the actual outcome of play, but it's a great moment for Fort Miami to get the ball back after that knock where Kat took some angles and then didn't take the ball with her.
Yeah, it looked like she dropped the ball. Maybe it was knocked out of her hand. Maybe someone hit her arm. But for our vantage point, it looked like she just ended up losing the ball. She was worried about her footwork on that one. Forgot the ball.
I think Tampa was worried about her footwork too on that one as well.
And now Fort Miami going weak side.
Morgan Freeman squeaking through with a half break, slowed down and grabbed by her jersey. She had a great opportunity to go in, but that ball thrown over the first receiver's head. Ball pulled out, but kept retained by Fort Miami. Morgan Freeman has now moved more to the 10 spot, and she is attacking straight forward, finding half gaps when she can. Gave it to Kat. Kat is going across, gives it to their flanker, Miss Shipman, the lady from Texas who just joined the team over the last year, and they are already starting to find their front foot. Morgan Freeman leading from the front, over the head to Kat. Kat attacking the line, bobbled and picked up by Morgan Brown, but the referee calls a knock-on the gather by Morgan Brown, and it looks like that was a bit of play from this. And you just said that the fatigue is setting in. We've seen multiple Fort Miami players still trailing back from the first kick from Tampa, and that little break in play maybe give them a little bit of juice. Fort Miami is making a substitution from Martha's Vineyard. Fun fact about Nika, she started playing rugby in December after meeting a girl in the bathroom of a hockey game. She was looking to join a hockey team as Tampa attacks and gets the offload away.
Excellent hard run off of that penalty by their prop, number 1, Audrey. And now to Morgan Freeman. They're going to go wide to the fly half, back to Morgan Brown. And Fort Miami's been struggling to find that last pass to get it to the fullback, to get it to the wing all day. Tampa's defensive pressure has looked tremendous.
Yeah, and having to make that pass in uncomfortable situations keeps players from even making the pass, even though it's there and open. Good job by this Tampa defensive pressure. And they're really pointing out who's in front of them and spacing the field really well, Tampa has.
Fort Miami finds themselves around midfield as they go back to another forward, but no, stripped in the tackle and gone forward. And now we see number 6, Caitlin Ferg, with a nice run for Tampa after stealing the ball. And now they're going to go wide to their outside center, and now to their wing. You got Gabby back, and now Tonya fighting several Fort Miami players before she elects to go to the ground. And now Tampa working it back to the middle of the field. They're going to go phase by phase here. They are in no rush at all with this 2-score lead. But it's always nice to add more points to your lead.
And if at worst, you're keeping possession on your offensive end of the field and you're just winding down clock, bringing physicality to a team that's shown signs of fatigue, it's a great strategy to employ. And the kick, it seems to be there for them as well.
And there goes number 8 again. Rachel Bradley has had a tremendous day thus far for Tampa. And now they're going to go wide. 13, 14, out to Tonya, who's settling on the wing. But 13, Chelsea to Gabby to Tonya. And now they're going to go back inside. And there goes Jess up the middle. And she's close to the try line, about 2 meters out. And now Fort Miami struggling to get back. They're tired, but Tampa inching closer. An excellent run from Jessie to get it close to the try line. And now Tampa electing to go with the pick and goes, seeing if they can add to their lead. Tampa with tons of Fort Miami stole it. They got the poach and stole it, and now we're going to see a box kick to get out. An excellent, excellent defense from Fort Miami, and now Tampa all the way back near midfield.
This is scary. There's a lot of space to cover out there that far out.
But Fort Miami, excellent goal line defense. We've seen excellent goal line defense from both of these teams today.
Not rolling away is called. And right when the pressure was mounting for this Tampa side, penalty is there. And Tampa has a few subs, as well as
Tampa's going to bring on number 23, Audrey Keefe, and another sub, number 19. Take a short break ourselves, and we'll be back in a minute. And we are back for the final 20 minutes of this match. Tampa up 2 converted tries, 26-12 over Fort Miami. And Tampa with the line-out tricks, and they're going to get close to the try line. Did she dive over? And she did. Tampa, right after the break, brings out the line-out plays and dots down another try to increase their lead by 3 scores. Excellent, excellent play from Tampa out of the line-out.
Scary times. They're putting together set pieces. They're putting together continuity plays. Tampa shows again why they're a dangerous side and extended this lead on this Fort Miami team to solidify themselves one step closer to a Gulf Coast regional appearance. Great job. Great, great job.
And Tampa just had a sub. They brought in Kelsey Casham. I did not see who came off, but Kelsey Casham now in the game for Tampa, a closer, a finisher, to make sure they sustain this lead and bring themselves home another state title.
Another one. Another one. Seems to be a repeated slogan. Seems to be a repeated slogan for this Tampa team. Conversion is no good, but 31-12 is our total as of now. An exceptional play by this Tampa side.
Fort Miami now still not out of reach. We got about 16 minutes left in this game, but Fort Miami does need to score, and they need to score quick. Morgan Freeman with the deep restart. Team struggling to get back, and Morgan Freeman's going to kick, but it goes straight to a Tampa player, and she's got space on the outside, but cuts in right into where Fort Miami was, but breaks a few tackles and finds herself 5 meters out from the try line, right in front of the post. Now Tampa again going to go wide with their backs. They have the numbers. It's going to go to Tonya O'Neill on the outside, and she makes sure she puts that one on the ground for another try for Tampa. Now Tampa just extending their lead, showing off a little bit, saying we can score in bunches. 36-12 now.
And Tampa going to the very true approach that they've had, which is kick it deep if the fullback is up, pin them deep. Morgan Freeman trying to relieve pressure, kicks it right into the hands of a Tampa crew player. That I believe that was Gabby Bergen.
By Robbins, so no good on the conversion. 36-12. Tampa now with a commanding lead. Lance, what would you like to see here out of Fort Miami these last 12 minutes?
I honestly want to see them put a little bit more spatial play together, being able to go from sideline to sideline. It seems like the only way to really get around this team, because middle confrontation doesn't get it done for them. But defensively, they haven't been too bad. Just being put in bad situations, it's tough to counteract that.
And now Tampa going wide with it. Morgan Freeman on the tackle. Looked for a quick poach, but Tampa there for the ruck. And now Tampa up the middle with the run. I believe that was number 7, Tiffany. And now the kick again from Tampa. It's been working all day, but straight into the hands of the fullback for Fort Miami. Fort Miami now needs to set up some phases, needs to get in the try zone. But a dominant tackle there from Nikki Snyder, driving back Morgan Brown. big bruising run from a Fort Miami forward. Oh, and another drop ball for Miami. We have advantage playing for Tampa. Will Tampa go back to the kick, or will we see them play in space? And they're going to give it to their forward, number 1, Laurel Kuza. Prop, been in there the whole game. Excellent work from her today. And now Robin electing to go with the kick to the corner. Picked up by Fort Miami's fullback.
We've watched Avery Henson have to work really tough the entire match as a fullback. And that's what you had to expect playing against this Tampa side. The fullback will be worked playing against Tampa crew.
Tampa, give me that sub. She's supposed to stay over here, please.
Both teams making a few last-minute substitutions, try and get their players some experience in this championship game. Tampa with possession. They're going to go to their backs. Robin to Kelsey to Tonya. And they're going to go quick again. Back to Robin. And now to number 23, Audrey. She just checked into the game a few minutes ago. She gets her first hit up. But not releasing by Audrey. Excellent poach from Fort Miami. And now you got to think Fort Miami wants to go quick. Try to at least put one more try up in this game.
They need to try in short order.
But they elect to go to touch for the first time today. Still inside their half of the field. We have yet to see a 50-22 today, Lance. I would love to see one here on Championship Saturday.
If any team is poised to do it, it is definitely this Tampa side. They've been kicking over the head of the fullback all day. And more towards the center of the field, not really pinning them to the corners or deep to the sideline, but I can see it happening for this Tampa crew team within the next 15 minutes. It's possible.
About 9.5 minutes left in this match unofficially, but Fort Miami not winning their own line out and Tampa coming away with it. And they give a hit up to number 17, just checked into the game, Molly Douglas. And now Tampa going wide, and they have some space. Nikki Snyder with a tremendous run as she has all day, but unfortunately the pass did not find her winger and goes into touch.
We've seen a lot of misshipment for Fort Miami. Has been flying all over the field defensively, making things happen. She is trying her best to keep this score low and keep her team in this game.
And now Tampa making their final sub, number 22, Victoria Jarrett, checking into the game.
Fun fact about Victoria, she is a Eastern Kentucky graduate, and she wanted everyone to know that she could lick her own elbow. That was her fun fact for the fans, for the supporters of Tampa. She is the last substitute for her team, so they're going to close out with this group on the field.
Oh, and unfortunately, we have not seen Morgan Freeman make many mistakes today, but one there with the drop ball and the knock on, and we'll see Tampa with the scrum.
Well, I mean, your chances of winning dwindles the most when your best players and the people you depend on the entire season to get you here are making uncharacteristic mistakes. A drop pass like that is something she'll probably be thinking about for a while, but it's a drop in the bucket and the kind of things that Fort Miami has kind of failed in at times, putting the ball down earlier in the game and things like that. So let's see if they can finish out strong. They've been playing well in moments.
Excellent line from the fullback, Sam Black-Keels. Excellent player for this Tampa team. Excellently set up from Robin. Drew the defender in, took that inside step, and created a gap for Sam. and Tampa just adding to their already dominant lead here late.
And Sam, a USA Hawk Rugby League capped player, has also been the MVP for this crew team 3 times during her 6-year career. The Paterson, New Jersey native, showing why she has the moves as she slides through, finds space, and walks in to add 5 more points to this already massive lead. Tampa finding it in the second half and spacing their way out to really show their dominance here in the state of Florida.
And early in the game, Fort Miami put up a huge fight. As we saw, had the first 10 minutes of the game were spent inside Tampa's 22. Unfortunately, Fort Miami not able to come away with any tries early, but it was close, and Fort Miami showed that they proved to be here today, but Tampa showing their firepower late.
Coach, was that number 15 on the try? Yes, sir. Thank you.
41-12 is your score currently here on Championship Saturday. After this matchup, we'll have St. Pete Pelicans versus the Miami Tridents. Miami, coming off a top 4 finish in Nationals last year, have to face a St. Pete team who has been waiting for an opportunity to get another shot, as Miami has been perfect on the year.
Last year, those two teams played to a 1-point finish in the Trident's favor, but that game is to come later. Right now, we still have Tampa and Fort Miami on the field. Tampa gaining possession after that restart, and now Tampa on the clock, and they're going to go wide again. They have plenty of Morgan Freeman causing a knock on. You would have liked to seen Audrey give that pass off a little sooner than she did. She had 2 teammates out wide with no one in front of them, had space to run. But unfortunately, Audrey gets hit hard by Morgan Freeman and then knocks the ball on.
Morgan Freeman was flying to make that tackle. She's trying to make up for earlier mistakes, drop passes, and things like that.
Unfortunately, Fort Miami has a player down, not too late. I'm sorry, Fort Miami has a player down late in this game. Not something you'd like to see. So Lance, let's talk about Tampa's future for a little bit. Last few years, they've struggled to get out of regionals. We see them dominate Florida, but struggle in regionals. What's something you'd like to see more out of them this year? Because after we did commentate them last year, states and regionals, we got to see them play. What is something you'd like to see them do a little bit differently to help them get past regionals and make it to nationals?
First thing is just minimizing the mistakes on the outer edges. You know, as I said earlier in the day, the issues that they had at regionals had more to do with them going against teams with well-developed and well-organized backlines, including a backline of the team that beat them, which was Knoxville, who won the national championship in D2 women's last year. But Knoxville had a capped eagle and a multi-All-American on their wingers. So we're talking about kicking the ball deep to them doesn't yield the results that it had been when they play against other teams during the course. Another thing is really dominating in the fours the way that they do in Florida, to be able to continue that on as they go further into the tournament. They had struggles. Really having formidable competition on the first day of regionals, playing a team, beating them by, I believe, 50 plus or something, using the same tactics that they use in Florida. But when they play against teams with a structure in the back end, such as a team like Knoxville, it might spell trouble for them. But the way they're rolling now, I think this year could be their year.
And we certainly hope so. As the Florida women's representative, we'd love to see Tampa bring home a national championship.
And they run a loop. Morgan Freeman around the corner, gets the offload away to the winger, and she's going in to score. What an amazing try. What an amazing sequence. Carthia Tippins getting the offload from Morgan Freeman, and she skates to add 5 points. And to show that this Miami side is not dead, but in fact they are here to fight and continue to compete to the very end of this matchup.
But off of the scrum, Fort Miami dominant in the scrum, and then ball goes to Morgan Freeman, runs the loop with Morgan Brown, and then has plenty of space to work with, while she has a big hit up and offload to her wing, who dots it down, and now Morgan will take the conversion. It is no good, just short, but Fort Miami still showing life here late in the game. But it looks like it'll be all Tampa, 41-17. Tampa with a deep restart and unfortunately knocked on by Fort Miami.
With less than 2 minutes to go in this D2 Women's Florida Rugby State Championship, we want to wish a very, very, very high praise to Fort Miami this year, fighting against the odds, making it all the way to the state championship. Unfortunately, they met up with the juggernaut of Florida. The Tampa Crew ladies are again showing why they're the cream of the crop, and they're ready to attack right now as well.
And Robin running a loop herself. Space out left for Tampa. Are they going to attack it, or will they go back up the middle? But we're going to see a penalty against Fort Miami for not rolling away. Tampa content with just taking their time. They know this game's out of hand by now. Not much time left on the clock. They're going to let their forwards get another hit up in.
Let the big dogs eat, as I say.
Number 8, who had a tremendous game today. That's Rachel Bradley. Had a try early in this one. I believe she got the scoring started for Tampa, if I'm not mistaken. Back to Robin. Out wide, Tonya. They got Tonya at lock. She's been playing on this outside all day. Normally one of the bigger hit-ups for Tampa in the middle of the field, but got her playing outside today. Lance saying that was a poach for Fort Miami. Lance himself a certified referee, so he knows what's going on out there.
I'm not going to disagree with the ref. He's right. His whistle blew. He made the call. That's the correct call.
He's always right.
He's always right.
There goes Tampa. End of the game. Time is over. Tampa once again your Florida D2 Women's State Champions.
An amazing, amazing effort from the Tampa Crew as they run to celebrate their state championship. Congratulations, Coach. Absolutely massive effort by this Tampa Crew side. Nick, again, Tampa shows their dominance here in the state of Florida, getting a very convincing win against what is legitimately the number 2 side on the women's D2 side here in the state of Florida. Congratulations to Tampa. Final words, Nick. Tell us what you think of the game, bro.
Fort Miami came out hot early. We thought it was going to be a tough one all day. Took Tampa by surprise, had them deep in their side the whole end, but Tampa throughout the game just ended up doing what they're doing, came away with the win multiple years in a row. They find themselves going to regionals. We wish them the best of luck at regionals, and congratulations, Tampa Crew women on D2 Florida State Championship. After this one, we do have 2 more games for you. We are only halfway done with this day today. Up next, we have the St. Pete Pelicans versus the Miami Tridents for the men's Division II finals. And then after that, we have St. Thomas University versus the University of Florida for the men's D1 AA finals. But conclude this one, Tampa Crew women, congratulations yet again, another D2 final for them. We're going to take a short break here. Next game starts at 2:30, so we will catch you then.
Are you familiar with QuickCut? Our platform and mobile app cover every sport you know. You can share and capture video and highlights with your team, coaches, or relatives. Our editor allows both athletes and coaches to build highlight reels to send to college recruiters. Our coaching and messaging tools help coaches coach and players learn. Visit our website, www.quickcut.com, to sign up for a free trial or call us to set up a demo at 407-768-2011. If you want to measure performance, you have to have stats. These stats should be done for every game so that you can measure improvement. You can either do them yourself or let QuickCut do them for you. QuickCut offers a 12 or 24-hour turnaround for stats in all the major sports. QuickCut Stats also allows you to focus on a certain athlete or the entire team. Visit our website, www.quickcut.com, to sign up for a free trial or call us to set up a demo at 407-768-2011.
And we are here, kickoff for the Pelicans versus the defending champions, Miami Trident. Miami Trident's perfect on this season and already shown their ability to have a shot at repeating as Gulf Coast champions and making it to the national championship tournament. We have a break. And this Miami team has already started off on the front foot. The Trident's going for the kick. The grubber over. And that ball isn't handled correctly. This could be a spill going into the try zone. What would the ref call? Referee conversing with his AR, saying that the ball might have been knocked or tapped into the try zone by this Pelican side. Let's see what they converse about. He's calling a goal line dropout. Fantastic opportunity already for this Miami Trident side. We had a preemptive break as early as you can imagine by the Miami Tridents. Their fullback, Francisco, finding space, getting all the way to the other side of the 50-meter line and finding the inside pass to the 8-man, brother Manu Cruz, the chip over. The ingenious play by the Miami Tridents almost got them 5 points as early as you can imagine. That would have been a very flash KO to happen this early in the game.
But welcome back. We are game 3 of 4 today here at IMG Academy in Florida. My name is Nick with No Flop Sports. With me, as always, is Lance, Great American Rugby. And right now we have Miami Tridents versus St. Pete Pelicans. The Tridents will be in white and the Pelicans will be in the gold and blue. And goal line dropout went straight into touch.
And the goal line dropout going straight into touch by the Pelicans. So now the Tridents has a scrum at the 5-meter line. First scrum of the day. Calamity ensues. Both forward packs finding themselves with knees on the ground. Veteran referee Tom Ciampa fixes it and gets it back started.
We're going to have a re-scrum. Front of the post for the Tridents. The Tridents now gonna come short side. 2-on-3 were the Tridents, but excellent step by number. Oh, big cracking hit. Big hit for St. Pete. Oh my goodness, he just lit up the wing for the Tridents. And now Pelicans with the counter ruck don't get it. And now Trident's trying to drive over from the 5-meter line. They're inches away from the try line, and they're going to swing it out wide. And they dot it down in the corner for the first points of the game. Trident starting fast and electric.
Absolutely. And Mateo Valquez taking a massive shot. One phase before, gets back to his feet and gets 5 points for his side. What an amazing bit of play from this Trident's team, who already started rocking and rolling early on in this matchup.
And the conversion is up from basically the touchline, and it is through. Excellent kick from number 10, the fly half, Martin Marowitz. Excellent work. And now we're going to see the replay, the quick cut replay. And with just one pass, skip pass into the corner for the winner, Mateo Velasquez. Excellent work by that young man. Like you said, took a lick right before that from one of the St. Pete forwards, but got right back up and put one on the board for his team here early.
He said, I'm tough, and proved it.
Fortunately, I had a pen in my box. Someone stole it.
Ball goes up for the kickoff. Tridents do a good job of retaining. And I mean, from the point of physicality, the Tridents are absolutely laying the foundation of what their day gonna look like. Finding the inside lane, they're doing everything possible to stress out this Pelicans defensive line. This Pelicans team is taking absolute
Our first action we're gonna see from St. Pete, number 15, Justin Robb, collecting that kick. And this St. Pete team has several people who can kick the ball and can kick the ball well. So we might see some kicking today from St. Pete if the game's going their way, but so far we see the Tridents running all over them. Excellent play from the Tridents, but unfortunately ball hits the deck. And now the Tridents inside again, once again already inside the 22 for St. Pete. Number 4 for the Tridents. Always a big runner for them. Raphael, always a big runner, always a big hitter.
The Miami Tridents are playing at such a speed right now. They are trying to run the Pelicans team off of the field.
And they are already up 2-0 here early in the state championship game within 5 minutes.
We just elapsed to 6 minutes into the game, and already the Tridents have pushed for a 12-0 lead. When we get the number of that try score, we'll let you know. But amazing speed by the Tridents. I didn't get a chance to check on the number of the ball carrier who went in the score right there. But this, I'm being told that it is their fullback, Francisco, who went in the score at the very end of that. And what an amazing 6 minutes of play by the Tridents. They haven't given up possession outside of when they wanted to on the kick. Whenever they get the ball back, they're attacking at such a speed that St. Pete can't keep up, find themselves outnumbered on either side of the ruck. It's an amazing set of play for the Tridents so far, and this is showing why last year they made it so far and so deep into the national tournament, placing top 4. This might be a team that can go just a step further than that.
Kick is up, and it is no good, says the ARs, but Tridents 12-0 early in this one. Early, absolutely running through St. Pete. As always, we love to show love to our referees. in this match. For our D2 men's final in the center, we have Tom Ciampa. Excellent, one of the best refs in Florida, has been for the last few years. And our ARs for this one, we have Jason Browning and Kai Martinovich. Excellent work, all three of those tremendous referees. But now we're worried about the players on the field. St. Pete with the restart, excellently taken by the Tridents. And now Tridents again, trying to go wide with it. Excellent step in, two people with the fend on a third, and Tridents find themselves once again in Pelican territory.
As I sit here today commentating this game, I stand in front of you wondering, who is this team in these white jerseys that are running around and attacking at such crisp technicality? This Miami Trident team has definitely figured out something for themselves. They have shown their identity, and the speed that they play on the back line for the last couple of years has rose them to the top of the heap.
For those of you that don't know, this is the Miami Trident's eighth, let me say that again, their 8th year in a row making the Florida State Finals, and just have gotten better with every passing year. Like we said earlier, last year lost in the national semifinals. This year looking to bring home a championship for Florida.
I mean, if anyone's going to do it, if anyone has the opportunity this year to do it, one of the higher compliments I would say is this Miami Tridents team. They're the ones who has the best opportunity. I mean, the Tampa crew ladies definitely have a good shot at making it. Brevard has shown that they can show up on game time and really represent themselves, but this Trident team is battle tested and already coming out swinging into the state final.
Aaron on the line out throw, so now we're gonna see a scrum for St. Pete. Excellent scrum from both of these teams. Both have big packs. St. Pete now setting up at their own 40. We might see a 50-22 here. They do have some big kickers on this St. Pete side. If we see a 50-22 today, I think St. Pete might be the team to do it. I think they have what it takes to get it done. Number 14 with the grubber tries to get it himself, Zach Hattriff. Unfortunately, didn't take it, and here goes Mateo again down the side.
And what an absolute bad decision by the defender for the St. Pete side, impeding the progress of the kicker. Easy call for an AR to make. He was immediate on it. I don't know if we're going to see colors. It's definitely a penalty, but I don't know if we're going to see some colors on this one.
Yeah, the scrum half, Jarrett Garton for St. Pete, just getting in the way of Mateo there. Looked for the chip and chase by himself, and he might have had an opportunity at that ball if Jarrett did not get in his way, but like you said, Lance, we might see some colors here early. But we did have 2 infractions on that play, and the Tridents looking to take the one that is closer to the try line. And we may see a kick to touch here, may see a kick to points, but Tridents can really do whatever they want in this situation.
Last week's game, I went to see the Palm Beach Panthers play against the Miami Tridents in the semifinals for state. The winger today, Valquez, was the fullback last week, and he was absolutely blazing around the field. His step, immaculate, causing all kind of havoc for one of the more athletic teams in the state, Palm Beach. Just serves athletically, they can compete with most teams player for player. But I expect number 14, Mateo Valquez, to have quite a game, and we just seen him make a move in the 5-meter channel to get space and to get away. The decision to kick over puts them at the 5-meter line. Miami Tridents can extend his lead.
Trident's going with the deep line out throw and then the maul in, and they definitely have advantage after that. Bringing down the maul did St. Pete, and Trident's looking to go short side. Trident's forwards pushing their inside center out of the way, saying, we want to pick and go. We want to get this in ourselves. Don't pass it wide to the backs. Trident's looking for that pick and go. Tom going to come back for bringing down the maul. Penalty at the 5-meter line for the Tridents. Will we see another kick to touch and another maul attempt?
To be honest, you got to go for the line out. You got to go for another maul attempt. And this time, just to add a little bit more pressure, consecutive penalties leads to penalty tries. Consecutive penalties leads to yellow cards. Great decision to go to the sideline for this. And let's see how St. Pete decides to defend it. Faking the front pod, deep pod throw, and the maul is well established, and they are driving forward. This might be another try for the Miami Tridents, and it is. Woo! Miami Tridents barnstorming, getting out early on St. Pete. 3 tries to 0, and just about 13 minutes of gameplay is already looking like this could run away from St. Pete. Pelicans need to reserve themselves, need to find their center, and find a way to stop this absolute snowballing onslaught that they find themselves under early.
The Tridents have come out blazing hot. They don't want St. Pete to have a chance in this one at all. But excellent work. Unfortunately, we did not see who scored the try in that maul, but very, very good work from the Tridents here early. St. Pete needs to stop this avalanche and stop it quick.
How do you? They haven't really had the ball. When they did, they kicked it away, which gave the Tridents an opportunity to go back and score. Early on, it's looking bad, but it's a lot of rugby left. It's a lot of rugby left.
The Tridents are doing what Fort Miami did in the last game early, keeping possession and keeping it deep in St. Pete territory. But unlike Fort Miami, the Tridents are able to put it away and get points on the board. No good on the conversion. 17-0 here, Tridents early. And I know the fly half for Let's look at the replay. Here's the maul in. I believe you'll see the excellent work from the Tridents. Excellent line out. Excellent work on the maul. Just excellent all around. Now, we've seen 2 missed kicks from this fly half conversions for the Tridents. I know he's mad with himself. I know he has a high conversion rate, and I know he's upset that he missed those 2 kicks. Even though they're already up 17-0 early in this game, I know he's upset with himself missing those kicks.
Absolutely, and he's been leading the state in points. He's clearly one of the better kickers, especially in South Florida. Perfection on a day like today is important, but being up 3 tries eases that anxiety from missing some early kicks. And the Tridents are on the front foot yet again.
Trident's electing to kick it away. Not taken cleanly by the wing, Siege Ali. And unfortunately for the Pelicans, goes into touch. Just nothing going the Pelicans' way at the moment.
It's a little preemptive to talk ill of a team's future in the middle of a game, but these are bad signs early on. And the ship can be righted. There's no lead so insurmountable in the first half, but this is a bad phase of play for this Pelican side.
Trident's another successful line out. Now they're gonna go 12-13 out the back. Oh, what a step. What a step, and now he's gonna do it himself. And he takes it in another try for the Tridents. What a step for the fullback.
God. Oh my goodness. Oh my, we just seen somebody's ankles die today, ladies and gentlemen. Please send your condolences. Oh my goodness. What a inside and out move. Found the winger on an island with the extra man on the outside, and there was nothing he could do. What an incredible set piece play. Absolutely duped the centers for St. Pete. They closed down, and the ball went out the back, and before he can even respond, he had a Trident full speed at him and inside out move. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't even know who scored. I believe it was 15.
Yeah, Francisco Correo on the try. Excellent, excellent work by the Tridents.
Oh my goodness.
We just seen someone get cooked,
Oh,
ladies and gentlemen.
he got flame broiled. Oh my gosh. Hey, somebody clip that. Someone at
We're
home,
gonna see the
please clip
replay,
that.
so
Yeah,
right
we gotta
after
watch.
this kick, we're gonna watch the replay. Martin with the kick, and that one is good. And we're gonna watch this replay.
Let's look at this move. We passed the move a little bit. Oh goodness.
Oh my.
We'll find it for you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll try our best. Shout out to Quick Cut. Shout out to Quick Cut on the productions, right on top of the game action.
But-
I'm just really excited for
my
that play. I got to
goodness.
see that again soon. Goodness
That'll be
gracious.
on Instagram
Yeah,
tomorrow.
Yeah, that definitely will. Today. Goodness gracious. And this is
It might already be there.
No, I didn't.
But St. Pete electing to kick deep. Tridents exiting out of their own 22, but not getting much distance. Finally, we'll see St. Pete with the ball on Trident's half of the field.
24-0 with about 18 and a half minutes of gameplay in. The Pelicans finally have ball in hand. Finally have an opportunity to attack. Let's see what they can come up with.
Pelicans
Shut
had
down.
one wide, but the pressure was too much for the inside center, Nico, and now St. Pete working it back to the wide side. Excellent offload and a gap found, but unfortunately ball hits the deck. Excellent run from the prop, Nick St. Clair, but unfortunately drops the ball when that second Trident came in and hit him.
It looks like on that set piece, Pelicans set up to go out the back the same way, but right on time, the Trident shut the door on the far side, and that move back inside caused great anxiety for the St. Pete team, unable to convert. And now Miami's just going to the boot, going deep.
And wow, what a booming kick from the Tridents, but they gave space to the Pelican wiener, Zach, and he took it up. What an incredible run up from that man. And now the Pelicans again. Let's see, they need to get something going. I know it's early, but you're already down 24. You need to get something going, and going backwards 15, 20 meters isn't going to help you.
It's a really hard thing to settle into a game when you're already at a deficit. This is the time where you really get a chance to settle into what's going on.
And now Trident steal the ball and kick it away again. Just wanna pins St. Pete deep in their own sideline. St. Pete going into touch, just throws it back into the field of play. Luckily, his teammate was able to come up with it and then kicks the touch.
Jarrett doing the inside-out move. 1 year experience.
And Lance, I got a
With this-
surprise for you. We got that cookery.
We got the
We got
play?
it ready.
All right, let's see it.
We're gonna go back to it with this.
Another successful line out. Now they're going to go 12-13 out the back.
This is a tease right now.
Our quick cut broadcast is gonna fix it, and then we're gonna be back on very soon. But St. Pete steals the line out
Oh,
play.
that's a penalty.
St. Pete steals the line out, and unfortunately for them, they're just outside of their 22, so they can't kick it away. But the scrum half's gonna go for the box kick, but charged down by the Tridents, and now
It's an extracurricular happening a little bit away from the play. Trident player and a St. Pete player tangled up just a little bit. I mean, listen, energy is running high for this game. St. Pete seems like they're battling back.
Another box kick from the scrum half, Jarrett.
And straight to touch on the full, so that is going back.
Down here, I can imagine what it is.
Well, it was charged down. It might have went back inside the 22. Let's see what the referees call. They're conversing.
I believe they're talking about the two players that were just in a scuffle.
In a tizzy just a second ago.
Tom Ciampa discussing with his AR. Kai. I believe Tom is just having a discussion with the captains.
Yeah,
No cards yet, but just a discussion. Say, guys, cool it down. I don't want to kick anyone out of this game. It's a state championship.
Yeah, and you got to get a handle on these kind of things early, especially with the temperance of this game. Last year, going down to the bitter end, and this year already started off in favor of last year's champions. Both teams are fighting for their playoff lives and survival, so it means a lot to both sides. And through a quick conversation, it looks like Tom Ciampa is going to go to the play that happened outside of the 22, kicked out in the full, line out to come for the Miami Tridents, who already hold a 24-0 lead about 22 minutes into this matchup. Big shout out to St. Pete's cameraman, who doesn't like me talking about the score right now. He's not very happy about it.
Trident's coach, I don't know if you guys heard it, but we clearly heard it, telling his players to stop kicking when you're that close to the try line. Inside their 22, he doesn't want to see ball on the boot. And as always, Trident's fans pulled up in numbers, the biggest crowd we've seen here today.
Yeah, there's a lot of them over there. And they're all wearing the same, they're all dressed alike. They coordinated their clothes for this. Everybody's in those patented Trident polos along the far gate.
St. Pete winning their own line out. They need to get going here. Now they're gonna look to kick for territory.
Does that stay in bounds? It does not.
No,
It goes to the full again.
As we've said multiple times today, big wind, at least 15 miles an hour, consistent, blowing across the field. And I think the wind just took that one.
Mother Nature just played a part in all of the games that's happened so far here today. I mean, what's this game any different? Of course not. Mother Nature does what she wants, pushing the ball further in the touch. That's 2 consecutive kicks out in the full. The Pelicans getting opportunities to relieve pressure, but cannot find themselves a little bit of relief. Line out to come for the Tridents, who looked a tad less dangerous over the course of this last 10 minutes than they did over the first 10.
I think St. Pete finally settled in. I think the Tridents, as I say that, the Tridents are moving, but I think St. Pete settled into this game a little bit, but the Tridents had the ball mostly in their territory, so it's not, right, although St. Pete's looked better, they have yet to get out of their territory with possession. And another try for the Tridents. That would be number 6. Santi. Excellent work from Santi there. And unfortunately, we have a St. Pete player down, but the Tridents just doing what they want, essentially.
One of the things that I knew coming into this game that the Tridents would be a formidable opponent. Last week, St. Pete had a very, very strong back and forth versus Naples Hammerheads. Really had to earn their place into this finals matchup. And then you see the Tridents over Palm Beach, who were last year's D3 state champions, getting a win in pretty easy order, winning by multiple tries. And it seems like that difference is showing itself today as Miami Tridents show small signs of slowing down, but nothing too clearly obvious because they are running away with this matchup. Leading try scorer in the state lining up for his kick. Excuse me, leading point scorer in the state lining up for his kick.
Kick is up and good. That adds another 2 points to this already wide margin that we have here in the first half. 31-0.
26 minutes into this state final. And the lead seems almost insurmountable. Almost. And according to what we hear from players on the field, we've had water breaks at the 20-minute mark of every game so far today. But because the Tridents have scored so many tries, the referee has opted against it because both teams have had water breaks.
5 times now. So
How much water do you gentlemen need, really?
Tridents kicking out of their own 22. Straight.
And they go chip over, and the Tridents are on top of it. Blake, with his hands on the ball, moves it, and an absolute big hit by St. Pete. The Tridents are just behind the ruck, taking their time, picking out their location, their direction. Go for it, crash line.
Excellent tackle from St. Pete. But Tridents do so well in getting that ball wide.
And Manu takes a step on the inside, didn't see the space out there. The Tridents are filling in different players at that first receiver spot. They have a flow to their offense.
And a line break. Number 6, we see Santi again. And the Tridents going all the way down close. And one more pass will do it. Right under the post. The Tridents putting another try on the board. I didn't see what number scored, but we'll get that for you soon. But Tridents just, I mean, tremendous offloads in tackle during the fend. I mean, and the support lines have been crazy too, and St. Pete's just not keeping up.
I mean, as nice as the way I can put it, St. Pete are getting ran off the field right now. It already started in the first 10 minutes of this game, and it slowed down just a bit, but it has continued in the same trajectory pretty much. St. Pete are getting rolled off of the field as we speak. And they're clearly the second best team, or excuse me, top 2 team here in the state of Florida. This was to decide who's the best, right? Conversion good.
Makes it 38-0.
We're at right around the 28.5-minute mark here in this first half.
And we're gonna go ahead and watch this try again. Just excellent line break from the Tridents. Pass to the outside center, back inside to the scrum half, and an excellent support line.
Technical fundamental rugby wins every time.
Tridents inside their 22 looking to kick it away. And an excellent kick.
You can see that this Miami team is well drilled on many levels. The line speed defensively after kicks, their coverage on kicks that are returned to them. We're looking at a polished product showing its best right now.
Oh, and an unfortunate drop for the Pelicans will lead to a scrum for the Tridents, but
if it's not
Lance,
one,
at this point, what can the Pelicans do to get back into this one?
Well, we watched Tyler knock the ball on just now as he was getting a crash ball. But they just got to minimize mistakes, whether it's defensively, offensively, not really the smartest move tactically to kick to certain spots on the field, not covering the field equally, not moving fast enough. The Miami Tridents are playing such fast, quick balls, consecutive quick ball after each tackle. It's really causing trouble for St. Pete.
Now we're going to see an 8-man pick inside center for the Tridents. Gonna have his first run up Morrow.
And even just now, you can see that Miami Trident scrum half Marcos was trying to go quick. There was no ruck established. It was a guy tackled, And he was running across right to pick the ball up. No need to set a ruck. They're just moving faster than the St. Pete's team, and it shows on the scoreboard.
And it showed all season long. Trident's putting up big numbers in every single game they've played this season.
I mean, how can we forget that the Miami Tridents did play St. Pete earlier this year and were victorious by a score of 58-7.
Help him! Fucking stop standing!
But they've had tougher matchups during the course, so I assume St. Pete were going to rise to the occasion. I still think they can. They have points ahead of them.
Help him! Fucking hit that rush!
Off his feet, says Tom Lance, giving the motion here in the booth. He says, I ref too, I can do that as well.
Easy call to make. Tom Ciampa is one of the best we have in the state. And the ball kicked a touch, kept in play, not able to get off of the field.
By the wind, St. Pete loves to get as much distance as possible on those line-out kicks, but the wind keeping it in play here.
Oh. We just seen a big collision on the far side of the field.
And now, is Miami trying to say 50-22? We saw it.
50-22.
We saw it.
Hey, we got one today. We got one today. I think you said St. Pete would get one. I agree with you. I was right there with you. Hey, if anyone's going to do it, St. Pete's skilled enough to do it. But the better boot today has been on the Miami Trident side of the field. And just as we look up to watch St. Pete playing good defense,
Okay, I'm just going to put my other stuff on while you do this one. I got to put on.
and look at this kick. Finding that space, it has been there the entire day for the Tridents. They've been going to that far side of the field.
Let's up.
And that was like a 35-22, Lance. He booted that thing. He wasn't anywhere close to midfield.
And it looks like we have a stoppage in play. We got trainers on the field. It looks like we got a blood sub situation.
Number 21 for the Pelicans gonna jump in the game. Brian Kennedy, AKA Pilot.
Yeah, but they say so the sideline is saying Coop, and the score and the roster sheet that they gave us is saying that Coop is a different number. So, I'll say it was Coop since they're calling it from the sideline.
But the Tridents, another line break. Excellent line there from their wiener in the middle of the field, and
he knocked it on. That wouldn't have counted either way.
Knocked it on, but obstruction. But an excellent line from Mateo.
Again, I'm telling you, he's a firecracker. This winger that they have is absolutely steppy. He's been changing games. And even then, he held onto the ball just a little bit too long. After he made that first move, he could have made it, got it away. But with a score line like this, let me go ahead and get my dinner served.
Let me get another one.
Yeah, let me go get another bucket. In a tight game, it's probably a little bit more contentious for him to do that. But in the game that we seen with St. Pete down by almost 40 points in the first 35 minutes of the game, you don't see people going for glory this early in games, but I can't blame him. He's been absolutely magic. Even that run, he put a guy on his heels.
So Pelicans just trying to catch the line-out throw with one hand when no one even contested him. He could have easily caught that, and now Trident's again inside the 22, and they're going to go quick. The ball hits the deck, but excellently ran on by the fullback, Francisco, and a penalty.
This thing, a bad bounce of the ball, and they still able.
Tridents want to go quick. They had some space to do it, but Tom Ciampa didn't like where he played the ball from. So unfortunately, Tridents are going to come back, and I believe they'll go to that line-out maul yet again.
Even when the ball bounces, it don't even go to hand. The ball hits the ground. There's somebody ready running onto it for the perfect bounce, and great go for it, adding more pressure to this Pelicans defensive back line.
And the Pelicans player who had to come out with the blood sub is their fly half, Charles Hutchins, a great player and leader for this team. Hopefully they can get him back in the game quickly.
They need him as soon as possible. I mean, they need a few things. First of all, they need to be able to calm down offensively and keep the ball, right? They need to convert all their set pieces. If there's any moment for a team to have to play perfect for an entire half, this is a moment for it. They can't have any more errors as far as knock-ons go. They can't allow these defensive lapses to happen where they're not spacing the field out correctly. The pressure that the Tridents are putting on is overwhelming at the moment. So.
Pelicans elect to kick it away deep in their own zone, but it doesn't, they didn't get much distance on it, and the Tridents will have it about 15 meters out from the try line. Once again, we have one more game after this one. Currently behind us, the University of Florida Gators and St. Thomas University warming up, getting ready for their matchup. But now the Tridents again pushing towards the try line, and he dots it down. Another try for the Tridents. They're just on an absolute tear. I couldn't catch what number it was, but if we get that to you, we definitely tell you that young man's name. But another try. 43-0 in this first half.
You couldn't have told me this would be the score. If someone said it would be 43-0 before halftime, I'm thinking 43 points total for the game, maybe, right? Yeah. Between both of these teams who earned their spot here in the state finals. But if we're talking 43 points, one-sided. No, there's no way to predict that. If these odds were at Vegas, they would be shutting down this game. No bets, no payouts for this one, because there is no way anyone's seen this one coming.
They'd have been in Tom's ear. Hey, slow him down, slow him down.
They would have figured something out. I mean, last week.
Kick up and good, almost blocked, but we're going to go for halftime, but 45-0 in favor of the Tridents. Just all around domination for them. And before we go to halftime, we have that clip of ankles being taken in the first half.
They're successful line out. Now they're gonna go 12-13 out the back. What a step.
Trident's up big. That was one of the many highlights they had in the first half. 45-0. Trident's up big, and it doesn't seem like it's going to slow down anytime soon, Lance.
I don't think it will. The only time that St. Pete had a good opportunity, it was squandered immediately. They finally get a line out set up to where they can release some pressure, knock the ball on. You know, they just basically have to play as perfect as rugby as we can expect from any team, and to do that against the former state champions 3 times over. I mean, they won state last year. The year before, they lost a barn burner. But the year before that, they won it. And the year before COVID, they were winning it. So, you know, you're dealing with an institution in the Tridents, and it's just tough to counteract that.
But we'll see what the Pelicans can do here in the second half. Hopefully they step up their game. But Lance, 45-0 in favor of the Tridents. And as we've been saying all day, one more game after this one, the nightcap, Division I college rugby for the men final coming up after this one. We're going to take a break for halftime. We'll see you after.
Are you familiar with Quick Cut? Our platform and mobile app cover every sport you know. You can share and capture video and highlights with your team, coaches, or relatives. Our editor allows both athletes and coaches to build highlight reels to send to college recruiters. Our coaching and messaging tools help coaches coach and players learn. Visit our website, www.quickcut.com, to sign up for a free trial or call us to set up a demo at 407-768-2011. If you want to measure performance, you have to have stats. These stats should be done for every game so that you can measure improvement. You can either do them yourself or let QuickCut do them for you. QuickCut offers a 12 or 24-hour turnaround for stats in all the major sports. QuickCut Stats also allows you to focus on a certain athlete or the entire team. Visit our website, www.quickcut.com, to sign up for a free trial or call us to set up a demo at 407-768-2011.
Again, we are back.
Pelicans starting off with the ball deep in their 22. They're going to go for the box kick. And it is not going to find touch, so the Tridents are just going to play. And he's got some space to work with, but it did go into touch, says the referee. And we're going to set out a Tridents line out.
Yeah, back on this side, guys.
But St. Pete needs to do something to turn this around. Now St. Pete using their space to go wide, but excellently covered by the Tridents. St. Pete trying to hold the ball multiple phases at a time. Although they're in their side, they need to hold the ball. I would say Tridents had the ball 90% of that first half.
Well, they definitely scored 100% of the points. And the one thing that can be seen is the Pelicans are determining, are showing a little bit more fight as of right now. But imagine though, this is a team that hasn't given up more than 20-something points in a game this season.
Oh, and St. Pete finally got a good bounce of the ball, and now they're going to have possession in Trident's territory. Can they keep it going? Oh, and good luck just not strong with St. Pete today.
We're compounding issues again. The offload going right into a Trident's player. Trident's kicking to find an opportunity further back, and a knock on by the Pelicans winger. I mean, remember, there are a slew of conference championships games going on across the United States today. A lot of teams that will end up playing the victors of these games, including teams like Atlanta Old White, Charlotte,
Austin Blacks.
They're all preparing to meet the victor of this game. And if they meet this Miami Trident team, I mean, barring St. Pete having an absolute massive showing over the course of this next 35 minutes, but whichever team meets this Miami Trident team is in a world of work, because this team looks disciplined, fast, and physical. You can't make mistakes against this Trident side, as we come to find out.
You cannot. And unfortunately, St. Pete has made several mistakes that has led to several Trident's tries, and now they're going to go wide. Ball on the deck, but they got excellent inside ball from Francisco to get it back to Mateo. Trident's 8-man with a line break, and he's not going to be brought down easily. That was Manu. And now a knock on from the Tridents. Trident still playing hard and physical, even with this 45-point lead.
I think they're trying to extend this lead, Nick. I think 45 points isn't enough. Not for the Tridents. I think they want to go another 50.
Excellent scrum work from the Tridents to create a penalty. And Tridents are not gonna go for post here, Lance. They want to put another try on the board.
Three points isn't enough, but instead they go for the 5. It looks like we have a scenario of a line-out maul situation. Let's see what option they go with.
Bad throw by the Tridents, but they still corral it in, and now here's the maul. And an easy walk-in for the hooker, number 2. Number 2, Luis Lucas. Excellent job. I think that's his second maul try of the day.
This game is getting gosh darn ridiculous right now. And we're looking at what could possibly be a 70-point shellacking in the state finals. We're gonna have to check some records, but as of right now, this might be the most points scored in a half for the D2 state finals. And what could lead to the most points scored in a D2 finals game by one team. I believe the score is 50-0.
50-0. Kick to come. Trident's player, it did look like he rocked forward a little bit. Moved his feet. It looked like he shuffled a little bit.
Yeah,
and then the St. Pete Pelicans, very astute on the rule book, taking the ball off the tee. Tom Ciampa in the center saw the same thing, blew it dead. Score at an even 50-0.
And never to disrespect the integrity of Tom Ciampa, but inconsequential 2 points. Let's just move on. Kickoff to come. Regardless if you agree with what happened or not, kickoff here.
Tridents recovering that restart, and now Pelicans looking for a counter ruck, not doing. I mean, and the Tridents fine touch. Pelicans making some changes. Going in.
Okay, send him over here. Oh, okay, do not do that. You've got to come through me. Okay, they've got to come here first. Okay.
Going into the game, number 5 was his jersey, and that would be Russell Browning. Hope that's his name, but already making an impact with a big run. Ran 2 people over, 3 people, and he's gonna dart it down. The man who just walked on the field for St. Pete puts one on the board. James Allen, he just happened to have the number 5 jersey on, but James Allen just stepped on the field, ran 2 Tridents over, dotted the ball in the try zone.
No, he didn't run 2 Tridents over. He ran a Trident smooth over, and another Trident making a business decision to not put his neck and back on the line to make the tackle on the goal line. There's so many questions I have. After a thunderous run like that, where was this young man?
Why was he not in the game the entire time? If he's running like that.
Respectfully.
is he only good for 30 minutes? Like, maybe we don't know that. Like, he's like, maybe he's only good for 30 minutes, so they put him in the last 30 minutes. But if he respectfully could play the entire game, why was he not on the field? Like,
So, are you going on for that player who's down?
And just like that,
and we're gonna see the replay of that thunderous run from the big man. A quick cut. Here's a line out, and he catches it off the errant line out, makes somebody miss, runs somebody smooth over, and then fends off 2 more to dot it down. But he had a step 2 in that to start that. So where's this man been? Where has this man been the entire game, respectfully, to these? Like, why was he not in? Unfortunately, we have a St. Pete player being helped off the field. St. Pete finding some light, and now Trident's with the high restart attempting to catch it, but a penalty now for obstruction, says Tom. St. Pete fans letting Tom hear it with all the booing. St. Pete not too far from where we're at, so they came out in numbers as well. Excellent kick to touch. Gonna have a line out about 7-8 meters away from the try line, and we might see another maul.
we might just see another maul.
But James did not want to be shut out.
He did not. He did not.
James did not want to be shut out, but Trident's going with the maul again. St. Pete advantage, bringing down the maul, says Tom Champa. But Trident's going to play out with the advantage, and he's going to break through a tackle and dot it down.
13.
Number 13. Outside center, Kyle Burnett. Excellent job breaking a tackle and then dotting it down for another try.
I mean, we're starting to see the evolution of D2 rugby here in Florida. We're starting to see an evolution of the cream of the crop here in Florida, being able to compete nationally. The sky is the limit. The sky is the limit for this Miami Tridents team in its current rendition. The kick up next. But up until maybe the last 2 minutes, as the crowd gave their disagreement with our center ref, Tom, I had no idea it was so many St. Pete fans here. They have been absolutely quiet for the entirety of the first half, given real reason.
When you're down 50.
They brought a bus load of people, supposedly, and that ride back home is going to be a quiet one, because in the first half of this game, the Tridents took the heart away of this St. Pete team, and now the crowd is starting to find their voice. You're starting to hear them more and more, little by little. But goodness.
Ty, that was a miss, right? You missed it. Yeah.
I'm ahead. Let's go, Pilot.
And the kickoff in the air. Trident's players get a lift, but it goes above the head, and we have a knock-on called in by center judge. The Tridents have an opportunity for another scrum, right maybe about 5 meters outside of their 22-meter line. This is going to be an opportunity for them to kick to the corners as they have patented as a team. And that scrum collapses, and the Tridents get a long arm penalty, pulling down the scrum. Tampa is on top of it. As we have another player for the Pelicans. Another player for the Pelicans down. This time it is
Coach, you're going to need a replacement.
number 18. Wayne Tyson, the Michigan man. And it looks like they'll be putting back on Robert Leaks, the man from St. Petersburg himself, 1 year experience with the team, is coming back into the game to replace our fallen Wayne Tyson,
55-7, 25 minutes left in this game. Trident's with the penalty. Excellent kick to touch. I mean,
yeah, this one too. I don't count this one on my fingers. Oh, my shot.
As now we're seeing University of Florida Gators are starting to file into the field directly behind our booth, getting ready to play for their opportunity to go for a D1 AA National Championship. And the Tridents are going around the court. They give it to Blake, the speedster, the big speedster. Tough running, dragged down by the try scorer for St. Pete. And now the Tridents are bouncing left and right, finding the space in the winger, all the way on the far side.
and I think that's 3.
Is that his
for that
third?
young man.
Thank you.
Number 14 for the Tridents, Mateo. I believe that's his third of the game, a hat trick.
And we have a hat trick hero here today. Last week he played fullback against their game against Palm Beach. And as I said before, he's a stepper that shines. But that progression of play, the Tridents bouncing back, going into the field, hanging out around the 15-meter channel and bouncing back after St. Pete rolled over too many defenders to the far side, or excuse me, to the open side of the field. That's just great, great play by the Tridents, and to be able to adapt and have that loaded up to be able to bounce back in that way. And with a step of a foot, this time he's able to get it away.
Kick is up, and it
it's
is through.
good. This man is magic with that right foot. And that's going to carry him far as they go into this national tournament.
62-7. Tridents absolutely walking away with this one.
Tridents comfortable and underneath that kickoff. Dragging kick.
Pelicans electing to kick it right back instead of playing possession. Oh, Aaron passed with this win, but fortunately Pelicans able to jump on it, and he's got some space around the corner, but he couldn't get there. Stays in bounds though, but the Tridents come away with possession, and they're gonna play deep out of their own end.
And the Tridents are bursting at the seams again.
But excellent job intercepting the ball for the Pelicans. But they need their team to get back. They're slow to get back. Give it to James.
The ferocious pace by both teams, and the Tridents have a player down around center field. Slow to get up. And St. Pete are fighting and clawing, trying to add points to the board. Our attention just a little bit is on the player down in center field. Hopefully he's fine. His team is down a man, and they were fighting ferociously to get James down again.
And a line break for the fly half. Was off earlier for a blood sub, but came back, and an excellent line break from him. Pelicans trying to do something here inside the Trident's 22.
Overthrow, and another opportunity. Does he have the legs to make it?
Does not, but he puts it down, picks it up, gives it to his teammate. Oh, he tries to run him over, bounces off, but gets taken down. Almost a poach for St. Pete. Oh, but a knock. Oh, advantage, says Tom. Didn't see the knock on, but his AR lets him know that there was a knock on earlier, but they're gonna go with the penalty.
Offsides caught. Oh.
St. Pete was struggling to get back, and one of those guys ended up making the tackle.
Okay.
Trident.
That passage of play was some of the most chaotic rugby I've seen today. A back and forth, tip passes, intercept passes, everything you can ask for. Line breaks, hard hits. And time off by the center judge. Time off
Water break.
for a water
Sir.
break.
We're gonna take a break, and we'll be back right after the water break.
Are you familiar with QuickCut? Our platform and mobile app cover every sport you know. You can share and capture video and highlights with your team, coaches, or relatives. Our editor allows both athletes and coaches to build highlight reels to send to college recruiters. Our coaching and messaging tools help coaches coach and players learn. Visit our website, www.quickcut.com, to sign up for a free trial or call us to set up a demo at 407-768-2011. If you want to measure performance, you have to have stats. These stats should be done for every game so that you can measure improvement. You can either do them yourself or let QuickCut do them for you. QuickCut offers a 12 or 24-hour turnaround for stats in all the major sports. QuickCut Stats also allows you to focus on a certain athlete or the entire team. Visit our website, www.quickcut.com, to sign up for a free trial or call us to set up a demo at 407-768-2011.
And we're back after that quick break. Trident's line out deep in St. Pete territory. They're gonna go to the second jumper and the maul yet again, like they have been every time they've been down
And
deep
they got
in this
the penalty
territory.
every time. Yet again, another penalty in that maul.
It's either a try or a penalty coming out of the maul. And we're gonna try for the cross kick, but a little too wide. Wind carried it into touch. But Tom is gonna come back for the advantage.
And this Trident side is again showing their class, dominating set pieces, dominating mauls, dominating the scrums. Continuity and open play. They've literally put together maybe one of the most masterful pieces of 80 minutes of rugby that I've seen in the state of Florida, especially in these state championships. Last year, this game went down to the bitter end. It was a 1-point thriller.
Try scored with about 2 minutes left on the clock. Conversion to take the lead.
Yeah, they did.
Tom said maul was brought down by the Tridents and then ball not played. So St. Pete's gonna have a penalty at their own 5-meter line. And it looks like another St. Pete player is down.
All right, you want to go now? Yeah. Mike! Mike! Tom, sub. Miami, sub. Yeah, go. Go. Sir.
And Blake, after putting in a massive shift for the Miami Tridents, steps off the field. And it looks like he's ready to begin his celebration as they take
St. Pete gonna try the cross kick, had some space over there, but the wind again carrying it too far into touch. But excellent option, the wing was super deep on that, the fullback was deep. It was open, just unfortunately.
And in most games, you wouldn't opt for that, right? You would either go for distance or control the ball to set up a better opportunity to go for distance. But in a time like this, crossfield kick seems like a better option than any.
So he has to start at the scrum. Okay. He can't start standing out in front of the outside centre, right?
Trident's making a few more subs. Put their big man in there, number 18, Jorge Gonzalez, checking into the game. Pelicans now kicking deep again. Are we gonna see another 50-22? No, it goes out before. Actually went out on the fly, so we're gonna bring it back.
That's the third time they've been hit for this. These are the mistakes that's really made it more difficult for them to catch back up, or at least made the game competitive later in this last stanza. We have about 17 minutes left in this game.
Space wide. Opportunity to pass that was there, but 22, who had just checked into the game, Fede Torres Garcia, did not elect to pass the ball. Wanted to get his name on that score sheet.
There's been bits of inconsistent approach as far as the Tridents go, as this game has kind of gotten a little bit out of reach with each second. This game is becoming more solidified as a championship for the Tridents. And we've seen them a few times, players, instead of making the most rugby play possible,
they're trying to make that.
They're going for gold.
Individual.
And you can't blame them. To be honest, you can't blame them. This is one of those games where everybody might find themselves on the score sheet the way that they've been playing.
Excellent inside ball to the 8-man for the Pelicans. He's been running hard all day. Shackleton Stewart.
And going into touch for the Pelicans. Opperman kicking an absolute bomb into touch.
Oppenheimer jokes.
Yeah, I know it's Oppenheimer really, but you know, it was an opportunity for me to use it, so why not?
Yeah.
Line out right around the 50-meter line for the Pelicans after that playing the ball in the rug penalty.
Just inside the 50, may see a 50-22 Lance.
Now is the time. St. Pete owe us a 50-22.
They owe us one. I said they'd get us one. They haven't yet. Their wings up. Perfect opportunity, but they're just going to try to move forward and keep possession.
And it looks like we have a penalty for the Pelicans as they play advantage. Big collision in the middle of the field. These Miami subs are definitely bringing physicality. We're still holding penalty.
Still playing advantage and a line break, but no, Tom's going to come back for the penalty. Said you guys didn't go much far in your 5 phases. I let you have it, so now we're going to bring it back.
And Pelicans kick for some space, find themselves just outside the 22-meter line. A great platform to score, and Trident steal the line out. The space is wide if they go to. Tries the dummy.
Oh, and not releasing.
Try the dummy. Cooper cutting them down, but unfortunately didn't release on the tackle. And even with the score the way it is, the temperament of this Miami Trident sideline and coaching staff is perfection, perfection, perfection. Players on the field are telling the coaches on the sideline, we got it, calm down, we're good, we're good. But even the coaches, they want more. They're out for blood here. And the players, cool, calm, and collective, kicking for distance, setting themselves up with a line out right around the 10-meter line. Mark has been set. Trident's running a wrap play, get it around, skip pass, hits the ground, and bobbled.
Drops it. And that is that young man's second mistake since he has checked into the game. First one was not passing it to his wing for the try. Second one, knock on of the pass.
Yeah, the ball was bounced to him.
I mean, ball was bounced, bad pass, but.
Sun's off in full force, boys.
Yeah.
Kai Martinovich, AR, for this one. Was in the center earlier today for the men's D3 final.
And being subbed out the game. Brother Gonza is subbed out of the game after putting in a massive shift. Long arm penalty for St. Pete. A quick tap. And St. Pete is off and running. Big collision right around 10 meters as the 8-man Stewart towering run and flung out of bounds. Turnover.
Scrum half deciding to go weak side with only his fullback with him when there were 2-3 defenders there ready for him, and unfortunately gets brought into touch. Trident's now using the whole width of the field
and
to get a kickoff. And it looks like it had gone straight into touch. So Pelicans will have an opportunity just inside the 22.
Okay.
They ran a swiper play where you try to move the ball to the center channel before you kick for distance to bring that fullback up and maybe find, or bring the winger on the far side up, maybe find space behind them. But unfortunately, ball kicked a little bit too strong. Go straight in the touch, and Pelicans. Eight minutes left in the half. And again, big carry from the forward pack of this St. Pete's team. Can they materialize any points here with time winding down, make a good showing of themselves? Double skip pass, Aaron on the hands, and they go right to the boot, and there's nobody back. It is now a foot race. We have 4 Miami Tridents chasing down 2 St. Pete's players. Falls down on the ball, gets grappled, and not releasing. Great attachment by this Miami Trident side. It looks like the Tridents have the ball, and they're going to go in to score off of strictly a hustle play with the kick, and the referee is reaching into his pocket to yellow card number 10 for using his foot to try to trip down the ball carrier going in to score, and to add insult to injury after a long kick and a chase down. A yellow card given to St. Pete. An amazing grouping of play for the Tridents. The skip pass by St. Pete dropped. And once the Tridents had their hands on the ball, it was an absolute foot race. Number 22, Fide with a kick. Amazing decision by Fide with the kick. And with the space found out behind, the Tridents found the Pelicans on the island, get the steal, easy pass, and walk in try, which continues the reign. Kick to come for Morowitz.
Kick is up and no good. No pushed good. To the right.
That try was scored by Mario Pentanuri. He also made it to nationals with Tennessee Elite, who plays 6th in the nation. Now he finds himself with a great opportunity to try to get back into a deep nationals run. Number 12 scored it. The conversion was no good. And the score is 67-7. For all those people expecting a barn burner, we were not blessed with such a game, but instead an incredible display of one team continuing their dominance over the state of Florida.
And a line break from St. Pete, but Trident's defense has been impeccable all day.
What are you? That probably could have been considered a knock, but I believe that gameplay will continue. St. Pete going left, going right, going back left. And a thumping defense. Look at the line speed from this Trident side, 70+ minutes into this game.
And ball stolen by the Tridents again.
The try scorer weaving, turning, twisting, finding space deep and behind, and finds a touch. I mean, listen, if you have players who last year were your starting scrum half, moving to center and being able to bring that ball carrying organizational presence deeper into the back line, you find yourself with your inside center looking for space and kicking for territory to relieve any pressure that was created by a St. Pete side who were fighting with absolute gusto to get more points on the board.
Just under 4 minutes left in this game. Trident's not slowing down at all, trying to put more on the board. What a step from 22, but loses the ball immediately after.
That's fine. Looked fine, but didn't go through the gate and from the side.
Pelicans gonna kick the touch here. Set up a line out. Just a reminder, we do have one more game after this, Lance. The men's D1 AA State Championship Finals, St. Thomas University versus the University of Florida. That should be a great one.
I expect it to be one of the better matchups of the weekend. St. Thomas, who's undefeated, versus University of Florida side has only taken one loss this year. Both teams are poised, ready to go for a chance. And earlier I said for a national championship bid, but actually, correction, is a bowl game versus some better competition or other competition throughout the USA. Skip pass given.
And dragged almost into touch was the fullback, but he was able to stay in. And now Pelicans looking to go quick ball as
And this Trident team is still playing a physical brand of rugby. They are being confrontational in all these tackles. And the Pelicans sneak through and get us try with time winding down. Number 23 for the Pelicans, fighting, clawing, scratching. Dion Opperman getting points for his side.
After the conversion, please. Yeah, after the conversion. I've already told him.
And it looks like thanks to injury, we're less than a minute away from the Tridents confirming a back-to-back Florida State championship in the Division II category. And the conversion
and that will be
good,
the
and
game.
that is time.
Trident's
All right, that's game, guys.
take an emphatic win over St. Pete. Trident's showing once again why they are the best team. State, like we mentioned earlier, 8 consecutive finals appearances. I believe this was the 3rd year in a row that they are the champions, definitely back to back. But
can we get a picture of the three of us?
Big shout out to the referees. As you can see them all right here. They asking us for a picture. We're going to oblige our referees. They did a fantastic job. We're going to double picture them. But 67-14, an absolute shellacking the Miami Tridents take care of business and get the W over St. Pete Pelicans, who before the game honestly prevails. Before the game, we're primed and ready to go. I've never seen a more focused team as I watched them coordinate themselves and get ready to run out to the field. But the air in their chest was quickly taken away as the Tridents scored 3 tries in the first 10-ish minutes of the game and pretty much ran away with it with a 45-0 halftime lead and just continued that on to finish the game out and become the back-to-back D2 state champions. What an amazing showing for the Tridents. They definitely showed why they're the top team here in the state of Florida.
And they've definitely improved a lot from last year. Like you said, a rematch against St. Pete, 1-point win last year and a 50-point win this year. So Miami Trident's definitely looking for that national championship this year. I know they've been working hard for it. So 4th in the nation last year, definitely want to come out with #1, bring home that trophy to South Florida.
Yeah, and they bring in it's guys from their past teams and some of their past occurrences that's out here to support them. I mean, they definitely earned this win. I'm Lance of Great American Rugby, Nick and No Flop Sports.
One more game,
One
Lance.
more to go.
One more game,
One more
St.
to
Thomas versus the University of Florida. It'll be a great one. Division I college state championship coming to you next. We're going to take a short break, but that game will be on soon.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are gearing up for our fourth and final game of the day. My name is Nick, No Flop Sports. This is Lance, Great American Rugby. And we are out here at IMG Academy. Our fourth game of the day, Lance. College Men Division I AA Rugby.
It is time. It is time. It's been a hot one. You can see the referees have been dealing with the heat. You can see how the weather has really affected the outcome of some of these matches, how the wind has been playing off. But I'm really excited to see this matchup. University of Florida taking a win against St. Thomas in the Florida Sevens tournament in the fall of 2023 going into this year. And I think St. Thomas remember that a little bit. I think they're going to hold on to it a little bit.
I do, but UF's only loss in the 15s regular season was St. Thomas, so can they bounce back and win it here in the state championship?
Yeah, and you know, St. Thomas is being led by their all-star fly half, Welton. I want to see how he performs, especially in the championship game, because last year in this same spot, in this same complex.
Just on the field right behind us.
He hit a 50-yarder to win the game, hit a 50-yard penalty, dead center to win the game. And now he finds himself leading the team for a chance to ascend and go to a bowl game in the following weeks. This is going to be a great matchup.
This should be a great matchup. Both teams, UF taking the 7s, St. Thomas trying to take the 15s championship home. Should be a tremendous one, Lance, and I'm excited we get to call it.
80 minutes, man. This is going to be a fantastic game.
Well, they're getting ready to kick off, so let's go ahead and step off the field and let these men play.
He's not going up for the try.
Yeah. Roy, that's what matters.
UF to kick us off. St. Thomas to receive. We have Kai Martinovich. I apologize. We have Kyle Fundievente in the middle with the whistle. Excellent kickoff. Both teams jostling for the ball, and UF's going to recover their own kickoff. Both teams having tremendous seasons. UF has really built up their program from last year. St. Thomas only in its second year in existence. And UF's going to get a penalty early. And they're going to go quick. Oh, and a high tackle, says Kyle. And UF coach is saying, take the points early.
Smart move by these coaches. Get a little bit of control. They want to make a mistake and give a penalty up inside of the 22. You take the 3. And the coaches were yelling for points, but the players on the field said, we're going to go for 5. They are not afraid of this St. Thomas side.
They're not, but you know how important points early in a game are. Will this come back to haunt them later as an almost interception goes forward? Ooh, UF lucky he didn't get that hands on him because he was gone.
Yeah, I think that would turn into a foot race, and he looked faster than everybody in that moment. I think he would have made it the whole way. And you can hear the coach telling his players, hey, we take points every chance we get. I think next time they find themselves in this situation to get a penalty early, they're going to take the points that they can get.
Oh, that's right. I've already started. Oh, okay. My phone and my watch.
First scrum down of the day.
Shit, I'm sorry.
There's a push and an effort to drive forward, it looks like.
Sorry. Sorry, man. I know.
And UF finding the try zone early. UF disobeying the coach and still putting it in the try zone.
Do as I say, not as I do. And the coach in this sideline fired up after that early try from the University of Florida.
Ken Simmons, the head coach for UF, and he has been around. Florida rugby for 40+ years. This man has the experience. He's done it all as a head coach, trying to add another 15s championship to his resume.
And with that conversion, the score is 7-0. They found themselves up early. We'll try to get you a number and a name of the player that scored that try.
Number 10, Justo Olivero, scored that try for UF, putting points on the board early for the Gators. And a stolen ball from St. Thomas. St. Thomas, the only varsity program in the state of Florida. They have players from 15 different countries represented on their team.
What a diverse group, all geared to one singular goal, and that's winning the championship here today.
What's the score?
7-0 early for the Florida Gators. St. Thomas going to take points off the right boot of their best player. Welton Charumbura. Welton, the only college player to make the Miami Sharks
Provisional side?
provisional side.
Yeah. And I mean, it's the reason he got picked. He was
Kick is up and through. St. Thomas on the board early, 7-3 now. But Welton, continue with Welton. He's a tremendous player.
Some of those academy games or early on games, as the Miami Sharks were kind of gearing up and going, he was playing out of his mind. Scoring tries, setting up people. It's no surprise that he's leading this team so well. We seen flashes of that last year, as we talked about, but he's been doing that this year as well. Fantastic player.
And a knock-on off of the kickoff. That's 2 kickoffs. Florida is 2 for 2 with recovering their restarts. Excellent way to keep St. Thomas on the back foot.
If St. Thomas is going to make these kind of mistakes, a team like Florida needs to capitalize on them ASAP. And already they've shown that they can score points against St. Thomas. Not opting for the quick, easy points, but instead getting going the road less traveled. Not taking the scenic route. And this is a good start for the Florida side as we get to our third scrum of the match.
UF going to their try score, 10 on the loop. He's going to give it, but it looks like it went forward. It did, but St. Thomas playing advantage, and he's got some space with him. Advantage over, says Kyle. Excellent job defensively from UF, but that was there. Unfortunately, the 10 just lost it forward a little bit because he had a gap for his outside center.
Absolutely, moving fast. I mean, this guy was flying.
I mean,
and it looks like they might have held up St. Thomas and forced a maul.
Excellent job from the Gators.
A lot of things we've seen already. This is some things I've taken note of already. Early on, less than 10 minutes into this matchup. The Florida bench, the Florida supporters that are here with the players, coaches, they're excited off of every positive thing that happened with this Florida side. Let's see if that carries on throughout the course of the day. It usually dies down. Let's see how they bounce back from reversing the things that happen in the match. And from the St. Thomas side, if they lock in and do what they're supposed to, it seems like they're very comfortable within it.
UF running that loop, fake crash again, and now they got some space. Excellent work. The fullback is through the line, gives an inside pass, and St. Thomas is there, and they might have a poach, and they do. UF, excellent work on offense, but St. Thomas even better defense.
Absolutely, and that chase back tackle by the St. Thomas lock, Noah.
Here goes Welton down the sideline. No, that's not. I apologize, I was not Welton, but definitely was moving down the sideline. Didn't think he was gonna get caught.
Absolutely, that was number 30. Mapani. He's born and raised in Zimbabwe, U20, flying down the sideline. And when St. Thomas tried to go to the far side of the field, unfortunately, going straight into touch.
You know, some of these, both teams got numbers in the 20s, even 30 we saw starting today. You know, sometimes in college you just get a jersey that fits.
Yeah,
you know, you don't always, not always playing the number, but number 30 for St. Thomas, Tonashi, Mapane. Excellent run down the sideline, and St. Thomas puts one in.
St. Thomas, again, looked like they stole that line out. It happened on the far side of the field. I couldn't keep my eyes on everything from where our vantage point. But again, the St. Thomas side now has a 8-7 lead over this Florida team.
And St. Thomas is so electric. They've now scored back-to-back on Florida, and Florida needs to stop them before they keep this going.
And they took the easy points when they had the opportunity. Allowed their captain and leader, or excuse me, one of their leaders.
But I just like all the stuff on the West Coast.
And your score is 8-7. St. Thomas holding the slimmest of leads.
Still not even 10 minutes into this game.
This game's already turning out to be a very exciting matchup. We knew that. We're looking at both teams really trying to solidify themselves early on in this game. And St. Thomas finally correctly takes a kickoff.
But stolen from UF. Excellent, excellent job. And UF electing for points about 38 meters out in this heavy wind. Their kicker, number 10, their try scorer, Justo. This is to retake the lead early, Lance. We're not even 10 minutes in.
How lucky are we?
Kick is up and through with plenty of room to spare. UF now 10-8. But 2 lead changes here in the first 10 minutes, Lance.
It seems like these teams might be evenly matched. We really won't get to see what we're really looking at until we get into the later parts, the 60th minute mark. But right now, both teams playing at a speed and velocity that I really enjoy to watch.
Kick bounces and then goes into touch. It'll be UF's line out. But one of these teams is taking home the Great American Rugby belt, Lance. One of them taking home the championship.
One of them has to take home the belt. One of them has to leave as the FCC Florida Collegiate Championship champion. And the 8-man, the guy that we've been told about multiple times leading up to this matchup, has a barn-charging run. And
What a
unfortunately
knock-on.
knocks the ball on.
Has a tremendous 35-meter run and then knocks it on. Lance, we've seen that multiple times today. Tremendous individual efforts and then just losing the ball once you go into contact.
Yeah, Owen Phillips is the name of this 8-man. Please pay attention because I will be saying that name quite a few times during the course of this day. This guy is absolutely electric and someone that his coaches speak highly of. And with a team full of players like St. Thomas has, those who stand up as cream of the crop should really be respected. Florida opting to go quick with the penalty. And for the descent, gives an extra 10 meters to Florida. That is not something you need early on in a championship matchup where the referee is now looking at the way that you communicate with him. That is not a good sign moving forward.
Because he's going to be listening for everything St. Thomas says now against him. Like we said earlier, Kyle Fundy-Evante in the middle. We love our referees over here. And
I heard he took second in the push-up contest between the referees. I'm going to confirm that information with you supporters later on, but we'll find out.
we know Tom took first, but
Yeah, we know Tom Ciampa took first.
Yeah, I think it was in his head.
Kai Martinovich took last, just now confirmed.
DQ'd, actually. Right. DQ'd. Performance enhancing drugs. DQ'd.
Hashtag keep rugby clean.
Jump, didn't get to do what he wanted to with that, but excellent. UF playing, but a knock on. Had some space on the outside. Justo, you might hear his name a lot today. Justo, number 10 for the Gators.
Absolutely. Already he's trying to make his mark. We've seen they got plays designed for him to get running and get free. How he found himself on the wing is quite a unique situation right there, right? Because early on, we've already seen him operate more in the center of the field. But
St. Thomas again, another penalty. They've had several already today. They cannot continue this if they want to win this game.
absolutely not. And I've actually had the pleasure of refereeing one of their matches earlier this year. Their captain, Jaron, did a good job of keeping the guys calm in certain situations. It was somebody I can depend on. I'm expecting him to step up as far as the descent and quelling some of these penalties. Because as we know, the captain kind of takes the brunt of those penalties as games winds on.
UF, another stolen line out. They need to figure those out.
Florida, line out stolen.
St. Thomas just looking for some space, decide to go with the pick and go. And now they go to Welton, who's got a huge boot. Oh my goodness. Taken by the UF wing, but Welton just kicked it 22-22 on the full.
Across field.
Cross field too, yeah. And UF has the ball. I thought it was stolen by St. Thomas, but no, UF has it now. And some confusion on the UF side, and the ball goes forward, and we're gonna have a St. Thomas scrum.
How can you compete in certain situations when their 10 can boot the ball 50, 55 plus meters cross field, and then manufacture a turnover? This is the way that teams like St. Thomas have suffocated other teams throughout the course of this season. And it seems like they're going to go with that same game plan today. Play territorially on one end of the field, play high-speed defense, tenacious at every breakdown, and force situations where they can get the ball back.
And they're going to go with the 8-man pick. They're going to go wide to the fullback, who had a tremendous run on our sideline earlier, and another one he does, but no, he throws it into touch carelessly. had teammates there in support, opted for the offload, but instead throws it into touch.
Great opportunity. He seems like he's getting a lot of carries early. Let's see how that gets him adjusted into the game and see how he handles things as the game goes on. He might make a big impact if he can get settled into this game with enough carries early on to get the speed and tempo of things. It's definitely a bonus and a plus for a fullback.
Not. UF now going for the kick. This could work. Wayne was up, but Wayne catches it and he gives it right back to the fullback who's got space and no one in front of him. And there he goes, Lance, just like you said. Can he settle down into this game? And he went ahead and put the first points on the board. Number 30, Mapani, gets St. Thomas back in the lead.
And he did everything really strong during that bit of play. First thing he did that you can appreciate is his communication. The communication as he moved around the corner, and he had his hands primed and ready for that pop. Florida needed to be able to compensate for what was happening. They should have been able to have a man a little bit to the outside of that channel. They had enough time to be able to take care of that. Unfortunately, one error is all it takes, and nobody was out and behind. The kick decision looked like it would have worked out pretty well, right? The wild card.
That win for St. Thomas, number 21. Gianni ended up getting back really fast. UF thought they could outpace him, but he gets back, and all he does, simple little pop pass to his fullback, Mapani, and he's in the try zone. Welton with a rare miss off the tee.
High ball.
13-10. Tremendous one we have here, Lance, thus far.
I mean, in rugby, if a player number 30 scores a try, some unique things are happening in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. And just like that, St. Thomas puts pressure on this Florida side and explodes for a quick try. Let's see if they can retain these lineouts.
Both teams saying they hit me in the air, contesting for the ball. But it ends up being a knock-on. We're going to have St. Thomas scrum. But to be fair, the St. Thomas guy who jumped didn't look like he had a chance to catch the ball. It was 4 feet away from him.
Yeah. And that was a pretty heavy collision in the air.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Who's out?
Another booming kick from Welton. Is it going to be a 50-22?
It is.
Is it going to be a 50-22? And it will be. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my. A 22-22, Lance.
Goodness. That is the best boot that we've seen today in the Florida State Championship event that's here today. This man has shown that if those fullbacks and wingers don't protect deep, he's going to make you pay in a unique way. A 50-22 after just scoring a try, it's scary times for the Florida Gators. They had to find a way to bend but not break right here.
And you can't play too far back as a wing because Mapani at fullback is just going to tear you up with all that space. So.
What's the hammer? We've got to get low. Let's go.
And Jabrari with a massive run early on.
Excellent offload work from St. Thomas. And they find themselves within 15 meters of the Gators' try zone. Excellent defensive work from St. Thomas there, reading the inside ball. Gators attempting the poach, but Welton protecting it. St. Thomas now closing. And stolen by the Gators, but a penalty for offsides.
And you can hear from the St. Thomas side, they're already yelling to take the 3 points. 3 points, 3 points, 3 points.
But St. Thomas looks like they're setting up an offensive play with their forwards.
The confidence of this St. Thomas team is alive. They're ready to go right now. Jabari getting dragged down. And they found a space outside. Can they convert?
And they can. Number 21, Gianni, finding himself in the try zone after a try assist on the last one.
The Argentinian was with this team last year when they won D2 and now finds himself adding points to extend the lead that this St. Thomas team has already created for themselves. I mean, looking at that try, it didn't seem like they had Florida outnumbered all the way to the sideline.
No, it didn't. It just didn't look like Florida pushed over at all. They just were
They didn't match
with
numbers and didn't cover the space correctly. And simply, if you let a player like Weldon get a running start in attack, be able to find the spaces, pick out people, you'll find yourself in trouble. The line speed needed to spread out and move up. And that's just a tough proposition, how fast they're playing the ball.
Kick is up from Welton and through. St. Thomas extending their lead. To 20. I'm sorry, 20 to 10. They're in the lead by 10. Now we're going to show you the replay, the quick cut replay from that last try. Gianni ends up putting it down, but excellent quick ball. Welton to Mapani to Gianni. Excellent work from those three. UF restart, lands inbounds, and then finds touch. Now we're gonna see a St. Thomas line out. St. Thomas starting to find their stride as they play advantage. And an offload to Mapani. We got a 2-on-1, Mapani and Gianni on the outside. Mapani decides to go into contact. And now St. Thomas back inside the Gators 22.
And that ball is stolen by Florida. And he had to fight a barrage of ruckers to keep him away from it, and somehow stayed on his feet to keep retention and get the ball back to the Gators. Bend but don't break for the Gators defense right now. And look at all the space they find back here. There's one player back for St. Thomas in a very, very strong kicking circumstance. Let's see what happens. And look at the line speed of this St. Thomas squad. They're not allowing any room at all.
Now UF decides to kick it out. Not the best kick, but it finds the space, and it's going to roll for a while. Wayne from St. Thomas, excellent dummy, and now he's got some space on the sideline.
They're playing so confidently. That's one thing you can see right now. The offloads, the decision to offload, how do they attack back short side. But this Florida defense, in most cases, holding strong, but right now are finding themselves getting split open with so much space on the left side here.
St. Thomas down inside the 5-meter again.
And held up.
No try. Excellent work from UF there, but they got to find a way to get out. When they kick this ball deep out of their own territory, they have to play that covered defense. They can't. They're letting
conversation between ref and AR. Let's see how they handle this. But they do have to find
US
more
is just
space.
giving UF is just giving St. Thomas too much space to work with when they kick it.
And not rolling away on St. Thomas. Penalty from the 5 meter. Florida does have to do a better job of getting the ball off the park when they kick for territory. The last thing they need to continue let happen is this St. Thomas team attack back at them.
Yeah.
Because they've been finding a lot of success with it. You got to get the ball off the park.
Finding touch there. Excellent kick.
That kick. By Florida wing, Brian Stock, getting the ball off the park. He's also Argentinian from Buenos Aires. And the front throw for Florida gets him the ball back. Now what can they do with it? Ooh, big collision, knocking over one of the bigger St. Thomas players, rolling them backwards. And now Florida's going wide. The pass is no look above the head,
No look
not
pass.
forward.
And there goes Gianni once again, breaking tackles. But the no-look pass there for no reason. And now they're going to skip 5 people, find Mapani on the outside, and he's 3 meters from the try line. He's going to give it. And is he held up yet again? He is.
Held up yet
wow.
again.
Number 6 from St. Thomas held up. Keaton McLeavy held up. And back-to-back held up tries by the Gators defense.
I mean, if we're looking at the course of this game so far, St. Thomas are rolling. Everything is positive right now for St. Thomas. We're seeing this Florida defense showcasing themselves that at the very end they'll stand up when necessary, but they need to find a way to hold on to the ball a little bit longer and retain possession.
They need to find themselves back in St. Thomas territory.
And Weldon's going for the drop.
And little short goes backwards into the UF try zone, so he has to play it out. And that looks like it might be poached from St. Thomas. And it is not. It is not.
Florida again finding a way to relieve some of this pressure. And no look again, passing it to no one there. And St. Thomas can't get around the corner again, do they?
And they got numbers,
Inside
and there
step.
you go. The inside center is gonna put it down for a try.
Number
Waiko Newhoff gets himself on the board with a try for his team.
Vico, the man from South Africa. He says he's been playing rugby since he was 7 years old. That looked like something he's been doing for a long time now. Inside step, getting to the space, and adding more points to this St. Thomas scoreboard. We're now 25-10 with a conversion to come. And this Florida team has shown bits. They just have to find a way to hold on to the ball, get the ball off the park when they relieve pressure, and stop making mistakes in their own end, trying to move the ball too fast without looking at the pass. Kick is up.
Welton, and it is through. Welton making up for that missed drop goal, but it turned into a try, so who can blame him?
Let's see it, Roy. Let's see it, Roy.
27.
Outside the 10-meter line.
I was kicking it to their players.
25-10.
He made it.
Try 10.
Yeah, he made it. 20 to
He didn't slam on his head. He
It
didn't
was
slam on his
nowhere
head.
near
but
his head.
But he flipped him
Nowhere
over.
near his head, but he did
after
flip
the
him
St.
over.
Thomas player drove a guy that was clearly meters away from the ruck.
So
Gianni.
St. Thomas player driving the Gators player back several meters after the ruck, and the Gator player just flips Gianni.
He just hold on to his legs and just roll backwards with him.
Penalty for St. Thomas, nothing else.
That looked like a bit of frustration as well from the Gator player. As Weldon steps up to get the ball off the park.
Excellent kick into touch. Be about 10 meters. Ref keeps moving. About 15 meters out from the try line, but
Yeah, I think it's like 7 years. Once you start,
They changed it because guys would go back and GI Joe like 40.
yeah, so I think there's also like an age limit where it's like
St. Thomas getting UF to move backwards. Nine's going to pick and go, saw some space. Welton saw a gap, tried to take it.
It looks like we might have a forward pass or a
But a
knock-on
knock-on.
card.
He was the worst passer I've ever seen. Had no problem catching.
UF desperately need to get out of their side of the field. I feel like they've been down there the last 20 minutes of this game.
yeah, it's like 7 years from the end of high school. Once you start playing, sure, maybe whatever, yeah. But there's definitely
And off of the park, Florida relieves pressure. And now, St. Thomas have an attacking platform 6 meters inside of the 50-meter line. For all of those who are watching on FCC Rugby, thank you all for tuning in. We are live in the chat if anyone wants to share any nuggets that they know about this team.
UF picking up the loose ball after the line out. They're going to have a forward hit up here, breaking the gain line, making St. Thomas move backwards, and now they're going to go wide. With the inside ball, big bruising run, but excellent defense from St. Thomas.
Thank you.
Excellent way to make someone miss, but an easy poach for St. Thomas. Welton on the sideline, close to touch. I'm sorry, that's Mapani. Now Gianni.
And look at the coordination of this forward pack. Forwards mixing in with the backs,
Now
giving
they go to
Weldon that
Welton.
extra space.
UF just inside midfield once again with the line out. Lineouts have been iffy for the Gators so far today. St. Thomas has stolen a couple.
And that is something that if they can correct, they aren't far out of this game. They're definitely in this game. They're highly competitive.
But an overthrow from the Gators, and St. Thomas ends up with possession. Oh, a big line break from the hooker, but he drops the ball after a nice 30-meter run. The hooker, Munashe.
And I'll tell you what, that is not a man I would want to stand in front of to tackle at all.
You see, he put it down like he was gonna kick, and they backed up. Like, he's multi-talented.
I don't know if he almost dropped it there too. If he never, he was running so, strong and frantically, he never really had a clear grab of the ball. But it looked like he was going to kick it. He regathered it, and as soon as he met contact with one of these Florida players, bend but don't break, as Florida has been for the majority of this first half, causing a turnover.
Scrum collapses, and St. Thomas will receive the penalty. And we might see them go for points yet again. But they're gonna set up their forward play, and they're gonna go quick.
Big Jabari, chopped down.
And now knocked out of the scrum half's hands, and a knock on. Was knocked out of Adrian Suarez's hands by one of the Gators. Hit his arm, ball ends up going forward. Now the Gators, yet again, deep in their end, holding up St. Thomas.
Listen, these Gators are game. These Gators are game. They just have to get on the other side of the field. They just have to find a way to not play on their half of the field. They're doing a good job getting the ball off the park now with these kicks for territory. But can they continue that as well as build phases on their offensive end?
And St. Thomas, a driving scrum now, but UF still able to get it off. Not the best kick, and it'll go into touch. Only 15 meters out from the try line.
It's dangerous times right here for this Florida side. They got to be able to hold firm as they always have been.
St. Thomas electing for the maul. Half of UF forwards engaging, the other half not, thinking just let them maul, we'll get a penalty, but no, UF now engaged. It looks like the maul has stopped, ball is down, and UF's just gonna land on top of it.
They're just gonna lay on top of it. Do they have responsibility to move?
Ball's out now. And another knock on from St. Thomas. And that will be the end of the first half. St. Thomas up 27-10, still very reachable for the Gators.
And the Gators have a lot to hang their hat on right now, because the way that they've played in spurts, this lead should be more. St. Thomas has had, on top of the 27 points that they already have, they had opportunities to score at least another 3 or 4 tries during the course of this first half. Amazing effort by this St. Thomas team, but valiant defensive effort by this Florida side. They've been putting it together pretty well today, and it's pretty good to see them in this game, but can they find ways to claw back in and get points in the second half?
So after the first 10 minutes of the game, when Florida scored, the ball was in their 22 for 80% of the game after the first 10 minutes. So Florida needs to figure something out if they want to get back into this championship game. They are down 3 scores, so it's not going to be easy versus St. Thomas team.
And what does it say when St. Thomas doesn't elect to take these 3-point bits that they've been getting, these opportunities for 3 points, but instead want to drive for 5, want to work for more? It says a lot about St. Thomas' mindset going into this second half and how they want to just run Florida off the park instead of treating them as if they can piece them and piecemeal them point by point to extend the lead. We're going to see what it turns out to in the second half, but the St. Thomas side has been rolling right now. It's playing on one half of the field. Territory is king right now.
I definitely agree. So great first half, hoping for an even better second half, and we'll catch you there.
Are you familiar with Quick Cut? Our platform and mobile app cover every sport you know. You can share and capture video and highlights with your team, coaches, or relatives. Our editor allows both athletes and coaches to build highlight reels to send to college recruiters. Our coaching and messaging tools help coaches coach and players learn. Visit our website, www.quickcut.com, to sign up for a free trial or call us to set up a demo at 407-768-2011. If you want to measure performance, you have to have stats. These stats should be done for every game so that you can measure improvement. You can either do them yourself or let Quick Cut do them for you. Quick Cut offers a 12 or 24-hour turnaround for stats in all the major sports. Quick Cut Stats also allows you to focus on a certain athlete or the entire team. Visit our website, www.quickcut.com, to sign up for a free trial or call us to set up a demo at 407-768-2011.
and off of the shoulder of the Florida player going up in the air.
We'll come back for the Florida knock on. Start of the second half, Lance. Gators down 17. What needs to happen for them to come back?
Essentially, first thing is that defense they've been playing, keep that up. 27 points might seem like a lot, but for the way that they've been playing the defense the entirety of the game,
could be 50.
It could be 50. They've done a great job defensively, but they have to stop playing so much on their own end, and they have to start seeing these passes through. We've seen 3 turnovers off of no-look passes by this Florida side. And even one of those passes wasn't necessarily a bad pass, but just not indicating that you're going to move the ball to your, complementary rugby. Let the guy next to you know what's going on. And those little mistakes have really shown what the situation is. The grave isn't dug yet, though. They find themselves with the ability to score early on. If they can match some of the intensity they had in the first 10 minutes, we can see them coming back.
Love it, Lance. Love the insight.
We could see them coming back. But coulda, woulda, shoulda in a state championship game, you got to be ready for everything, right?
And St. Thomas turning the ball over on the UF scrum. I apologize. That was St. Thomas's scrum all along. UF knocked it on the restart. But they're going to go to Welton. Excellent tackle there. And it looks like a poach for UF. And he tries to offload it, but why? His team was there to ruck. But it's still UF ball. And now they're going to go weak side. They got numbers, but again, the unnecessary behind the back pass. Runs into 33. And they got 33 on the pitch now, St. Thomas has. And St. Thomas stole the ball by not releasing. And number 33 for St. Thomas checking into the game. They don't have 33 on the roster, so we couldn't tell you who it is, but made a big hit there on the opposition. Welton, not only is he close to midfield, but he's close to the sideline as well. Welton, about 46 meters out, but he's also about 6 meters from the sideline. Gauzy Mosey made that big hit a minute ago. Who's wearing number 33? Welton with a long kick attempt, and he's just gonna hook it. Had the distance, but he hooked it. And UF wants to play. They don't want to put it in their own try zone. They don't want to touch it down. They want to play. He's gonna kick the touch. It's going to go into touch at about the 40-meter line.
So imagine this. He makes an attempt at goal just inside the 50-meter line, and they get the ball back on the opposite side of the field with 5 extra meters gained. Even when things go wrong, they still go right for the St. Thomas team as of right now.
But not now. A UF stolen line out. And 9 gathering it, but just throws it backwards, and now just lost 40 meters in a stolen line out. UF gonna kick it away again. Good boot this time over his head. Stayed in the field, but flipped the field. Welton having to collect the ball at the 35, now at midfield. St. Thomas with the offload, and now they're going to have possession. UF, no one on the outside. St. Thomas with numbers. He's going to dummy and then break a tackle. Step.
Owen Phillips, I'm telling you, this kid has been showing up all day today. Again, great run.
Big hit. And a knock on by St. Thomas. UF jumps on the ball. They're going to have advantage.
Physicality ruling the day for both teams. They have had enough of St. Thomas 9 running across their face. They've seen this guy enough They said, Suarez, you have no place here, and finally decided to shut him down 2 consecutive times, try to pick the ball up and drag, and they had enough. Big hit, knocking the ball loose, forcing a penalty situation, and now Florida, with an opportunity outside their 22, do they kick for more territory? At some point, they're going to have to attack to try to establish some kind of points on the board. But playing on this side of the field to do that seems like a dangerous proposition against St. Thomas.
UF electing for that quick line out again. And he's got some space down the sideline. He's one-on-one with Welton on the outside. Welton brings him down, but not before a 25-meter run.
This Florida team is showing
now UF gonna try to go wide. St. Thomas shuts it down. UF has numbers out left. Are they gonna take it quick and an errant pass, but they still have numbers wide? And St. Thomas wing playing that tremendously. Number 33, who's really in 24. Ghazi, on our roster sheet, he's number 24, but in the game, he's 33. Played that well, had 3 UF guys, and made sure they didn't go anywhere with that ball. And now,
oh, big move in the middle of the field, and a high tackle grab. This game is starting to get physical and a whole different level right now.
Kyle did not see the high tackle, but St. Thomas ends up stealing that ball. Number 30, you know he's dangerous in space. You can't let him get space. Welton has numbers wide. Excellent chase down defense by the Gators, but the Gators once again playing way too much in their half of the field.
And a real opportunity for the steal, and they got it.
Kick the touch, UF right at midfield, says the AR.
And I think that was Gusto with the steal, getting his hands inside of that ruck situation, getting clear pull. Referee has to call that every time. This Florida team has stepped up to the challenge, at least physically. Now whether that manufactured points for them is something different. But they're definitely shown they're in this game to win it, and they're definitely not in it to back down to anybody.
UF finally win a clean line out where they get a jump off. Looking for that inside pass, not there. And now they have numbers wide again, but St. Thomas's defense unable to allow St. Thomas's defense not letting UF go wide with the ball.
Chip kick getting a favorable bounce and back into the hands of UF. Offsides advantage for this Florida side.
And they got some space. The fullback gets some space, gives it to his teammate, and his teammate's gonna dot it down right under the post. Tremendous, tremendous play from the fullback, Felix Olivero.
With Martin Gentile scoring the try. That's all I got from him, 6'3". That's all I got from him. But an absolute class bit of play. having the advantage on the offside, finding the space. This St. Thomas team, as you can see, if you build phases against them, you might be able to find gaps, and you might be able to find moments of adversity.
I'm good.
And after this kick, we'll check back in on that play and see what made that magic happen.
Good shit!
Kick is up and true. It is now 27-17 UF. Only down 10. Let's take a look at this replay.
And the space wasn't there, but that bounce pass and cut up, he held the defenders and found the space out behind him. Unselfishly, the fullback gives it to the big man. And he fights through a few bodies, falls short, but look at the reach. Stretches out. Reaches in for the try. That's your cap cut replay right there with the kickoff right now.
Now UF, once again, if they work the ball down the field, they've proven they can score, but not like that. But UF, every time they're inside St. Thomas's 22, they put points on the board. Unfortunately, it's only been 3 times, but they know they can do it. They just have to get out of their half of the field.
And they have to stop playing on their half so much. They've been playing the kicking game out of necessity, out of desperation almost. St. Thomas almost scored, let's kick it away. St. Thomas getting close, let's kick it away. And now after they score, instead of following that same principle, playing on the other side of the field, which, as we see, yields dividends for them. They play ball in hand, one errant pass, and now St. Thomas has a chance to put points back up on the board, which would be devastating at this moment. And the ball knocked out on the tackle.
Florida now with an opportunity to get out of their half. They ran a play earlier with the 10 loop the 12 and the 13 crashes off the 12 and it got significant meters. Let's see if they'll run that back again.
I mean, the best course of action, I believe, for Florida is to kick the ball away now. You're giving a little bit of opportunity.
Well, you see who's back there. Welton
Get it off
and
the park.
Mopani can kick it farther than these Florida guys can kick it. They've proven today. Scrum collapse, and we're going to have a St. Thomas penalty. Wow, just when you think Florida has an opportunity to get out of their side, that's the second time the scrum has collapsed on Florida.
Okay, go ahead, fellas. Oh, Tyler, get off. Go ahead, fellas. Get your pennies off.
St. Thomas' sideline wanting Welton to kick for points there, but he kicks the touch, and now we're going to have 2 new guys coming on for St. Thomas.
Number 19, Alexander Wally, and number
24. We don't have a 24.
We don't have a 24. I mean, looking at the size of the guy, I'm going to assume that's Elijah Thomas from Albuquerque, New Mexico.
St. Thomas with the maul, but not.
And I believe he called him for leaving the line out too early. I'm not sure. They wanted to not contest that.
Smart. But unfortunately, the Gators still end up with a penalty, and now the ball's out, and the Gators have it. UF trying to get some space. Maybe they'll look to kick it out here.
Line speed of the St. Thomas defense has been absolutely incredible.
Penalty for offsides. As soon as you say it, Lance, that's why their line speed was incredible. They were offsides.
But their line speed off those 2 phases right there was incredible, really adding the pressure. And I mean, listen, minus any circumstances of penalties, St. Thomas is playing very aggressive, but these penalties are starting to add up and it's becoming a big issue for them. It's what's keeping Florida in this game. If they can find a way to minimize the mistakes while playing as aggressive as they have,
Florida now. Oh, and this one will not find touch. It's going to be short, but the hooker coming back to catch the ball. And no, he knocks it on the wing there. Just no communication. The wing could have easily caught that ball. The hooker running backwards tries to make the athletic play, but if the wing said anything, that's a free ball for St. Thomas.
yeah. You know, honestly, these are coming across as just young mistakes, right? The communication part is the easiest way to make sure the job gets done for your guys. You got to have an open line of communication. We heard nothing from them. And also, for you young players out there, communication gets you the ball, gives you the opportunity to play with ball in hand. So make sure you're talking to the person next to you, let them know where you at. That was a great opportunity for him.
St. Thomas been dominating the last few scrums. Not this one. Florida's going to get it out cleanly. They go with the inside center crash with Martin. And now UF sloppy ball, but they're gonna, oh no, they're gonna call the knock on the Gators.
And the AR was on top of that. It was on the wrong side for the center referee to see. AR on this side had a clearer view of it. Clearly knocked, easy call to make for him. And having the center judge who can depend on his ARs to relay good information to him is really important.
Big push, UF!
Another opportunity. And it's another thing that I've noticed too. We don't see it now because St. Thomas on attack, but watch when St. Thomas has a set piece defensively. They take Weldon and put him deep, and they bring in their winger to play in the 10 spot defensively. And that's been working for him, is keeping from Florida from playing an aggressive style down the middle of the field. That 10 channel is really vulnerable.
And St. Thomas now working the ball after the scrum. They're going to hold him up. And now they're going to go for the maul, St. Thomas.
No opportunity. Will Florida be able to hold up this maul and keep the ball from being played? It looks like they're bringing in enough players to where this won't be played.
St. Thomas is moving forward. Oh, but not anymore. Gators are moving forward. So Kyle will call the penalty. Excellent work from the Gators to keep the St. Thomas player in the air. St. Thomas putting in probably 10 of their 15 guys to make sure that ball moves forward, but UF in the end stalls it and gets the ball.
Make sure it's unplayable. That's smart play. And you take any opportunity you can to get a turnover, that's a perfect one. If a maul is started, you as a defender have no obligation to move away from the ball or to allow the ball to be played. Staying in contact with the ball and keeping it close is a great way to get the ball back.
Just under 22 minutes left in this game. Florida still down, and a bad pass off of the scrum. Oh, but he's got some space to him. He's got some space to him. His support is deep, and he needs to get there fast if he doesn't want this ball taken. And there we go, Florida now in position, now deep in St. Thomas territory. And a penalty for coming in from the side. But an excellent run. I believe that was the inside center, Martin Gentile, on the line break.
That's your win, boys. Better on the support.
UF now back inside the STU 22. As I said earlier, I believe every time they've been in St. Thomas's 22, they've been able to put points on the board. Can they replicate that? Down 10, Lance, about 20 minutes to go.
Hey, let's go, Stu!
UF struggling with their lineouts today, but they keep it They keep possession. UF now gonna go wide. They're gonna elect to kick, but Mapani's back there and he's been great all day. Ooh! Ran somebody over. Andy has advantage for the high tackle. St. Thomas. I don't know why Florida would go for the kick there. They've been great all day with ball in hand. And Kyle Fundievente.
Gotta take in that high tackle right there. But man, Florida, great opportunities, fighting, clawing, scrapping for anything they can get. But that kick in that situation seems a little short-sighted. Who are we? We're just guys in the commentator booth. But of all the options over the course of this game, that was a good time to really go into attack. They had a line break earlier by attacking. Even when mistakes happen, they still find their way to get to it. And now we have a 20-minute water break and a chance. We got 20 minutes left in this matchup. Cut Productions. Big thank you to everybody working with us in Quick Cut. They're doing a great job, the cameraman, producers. We appreciate you all. We're here at IMG and we have 20 minutes left to the weekend. 20 minutes left. 20 minutes and the Florida State Championship are decided in whole with the FCC Championship happening right now. Even the referees need water. It's a hot day here in Florida. 20 minutes. What do you think of this Florida side and their chances of clawing back?
I think it's possible. I know they've played on their half of the field 90% of this game, but they've shown when they get deep in St. Thomas territory, they can put the ball in the try zone. So I think it's possible. I don't think they should kick it away when they have those opportunities, though, especially with the back three that St. Thomas has. They're too good for UF to just be giving them the ball back. So, but I think UF can get it done if they really put some work in here.
I mean, the story walking into this is how dominant St. Thomas has been all year, undefeated, really handling business across the entire FCC. And now they find themselves in a dogfight, 20 minutes to go, season on the line. St. Thomas stands a good chance to keep this lead and maintain it, but Florida is not backing down from anybody. It's going to be a great 20 minutes.
Let's go, UF!
St. Thomas section cheering their players on. Both teams have a bit of a crowd here today. We are going to have a St. Thomas line out. They're going to go short and win it. It's sloppy, but they got the ball back. Florida still bringing that physicality that they have all game long. Big bruising run from the man who came on the pitch not too long ago. Now Welton, it's gonna go to Mapani. He catches it off the bounce, and he's got one man to beat. Oh, and he gets tripped up, and UF has a chance for the poach. And they get it.
Whoa. Weldon throwing that ball, slinging it just a little bit out of reach. His center tried to put a boot on it, got a piece of it, but not enough. There was a flash of players conversion on the ball.
I thought the UF player had it and was going the other way, but it ends up in Mapani's hands. Ends up in Mapani's hands, and he had one man to beat before the try, and unfortunately gets tripped up, and then UF's right there to take the ball away.
And UF, again, great opportunity. About 18 minutes left, keep the ball in hand, try to get points on the board, and really, with a 10-point deficit, any points are good points at this stage. If you have something that's kickable, take the 3, really add some pressure, make sure that the St. Thomas team know we're in punching distance, we're close.
And St. Thomas is going to have a sub.
As their captain steps off the field.
Jerron McGee, he's put in a lot of work today. Had some big runs for his team. And now that 10 loop coming back, but unfortunately a bad pass hurts any momentum that they had. They had the 3-on-2 on the outside, but the pass behind the player stops all of that momentum.
But just the fact that they had an opportunity on the outside right there just shows what they can do. And the ball pulled out.
Not wrapping in the tackle, says Kyle. So we're going to see UF with the penalty.
Come on, boys.
I assume so. No water. Oh, one for the injured player, yeah.
It looks like we have
UF player
injury.
just
Yep.
cramping, it appears. It is a hot one out here. No clouds today at IMG. I think that was the case last year too. They just, they just hate the shade here, I guess.
Yes. 3 swings. Fast.
I see a UF penalty.
And look at this St. Thomas team jumping at the bit to get this defensive line up and make a hit. Man, we're really watching a dogfight here in the FCC championship game, man.
Yeah.
This really is a dogfight. And in 15 minutes, we'll figure out who the biggest dog of them all is, with St. Thomas holding the lead right now.
Let's go, boys. Come on. Bowman.
UF getting ready to put some replacements on the field. UF once again goes short with it.
Strong leg drive.
Strong
from this
run.
short side. They can bounce back to the short side and
Number
get this space.
6, Mark Finley with a strong run. Ball hits the deck but goes backwards, says the referee. UF with an opportunity, but a knock-on in the tackle. Unfortunately, now St. Thomas has space and numbers to work with. Oh, but a tackle, a forward pass, says Kyle.
It's going to be a scrum either way. Yeah, go ahead, fellas.
Yep, go.
Go ahead, fellas.
But we're going to come back
Take it with you.
for...
White substitutions.
We're going to come back for the knock-on by UF as Kyle was still playing advantage.
I mean, so far in this game, we've seen a bunch of things that should give the University of Florida a lot of things to stand up on and be happy about. But St. Thomas got to find a way to put this game away the way that they've been playing. Allowing a team like Florida to stick around might be fine. You could get away with it. But who knows if that trend will continue in the later years of this program and as time goes on. They have to find a way to put teams completely away. They've been dominating in scrums. They've been doing really well in lineouts. Open play has been back and forth battle as long, depending on which side of the field teams are playing on territorially. But St. Thomas first has to get out of their own end at this moment right now and force a turnover, pretty much what they did in the entirety of the first half.
Because St. Thomas has been scoreless this half as well. UF's done a tremendous job defensively. Just UF hasn't been able to put the ball in the try zone as much as they would have wanted to. Oh, and not the best kick, but it's going to stay in with this wind. 15 with the step for UF. fullback Felix showing his footwork. But Welton looking for touch on that, couldn't find it. And the replacement, Lewis Rogers, receives the kick. And now UF looking to string some phases together. UF not gaining many meters with these phases, but they are holding on to possession. And now some space on the outside. UF need to find something here, need to find something soon. And St. Thomas looks like they've stolen the ball.
They definitely should have. They definitely should
And
be a
now
steal.
a penalty.
Yeah, that definitely should be a steal. I believe Sir was waiting on the opportunity for the ball to emerge, but he was already leaning towards long arm and penalty for that. That is a great call. And look at the defense of St. Thomas just there. They kept them in 5 different phases, kept them in a 10-meter area, contesting at every single ruck that there were, and finally, and tremendous kick to get them inside of the 22 or right at the 22-meter line.
St. Thomas now at the 22 of UF, and the ball bounced around a couple times and a knock on for UF, so they'll have possession either way, but playing advantage at the moment for the knock on. And they have some space on this side. Excellent fend, but UF has had plenty of times where they've had numbers and just cannot get the ball in that space. UF now, some space, the no-look pass, again, another no-look pass from UF. And it just did not work, and we're gonna come back for the scrum. Lance, what's going on with UF?
Absolute magic they created for themselves, forcing a turnover and having the space around the outside. But if you don't capitalize completely and fully, and those basic seals, passing right to hand, continuity between the back line, the issues persist, because that was a great chance for them to not only get territory, but actually put the St. Thomas team on the back foot, who haven't sensed a bit of danger since the earlier try in this half. Man, that's... A piece of me roots for the underdog moment, right? They're down 10. It's less than 10 minutes to go in this game, or right around.
Welton seeing if he can make something happen, but no, a dropped pass.
Yes, sir, Roman. Yes, sir. How we get it done?
A dropped pass by number 23, the outside center, Pablo Villarreal. And he had some space to work with, Lance.
He did. And that's something that I believe needs to be fixed before they move on to the next step of this process. Both teams have a game later on after this. There's one more game where they'll compete against other teams throughout the nation. And to really showcase what Florida can do, they have to tighten those bits up. We just seen 2 drop passes and relatively low pressure.
UF screaming for offsides. St. Thomas has been close all day. They've had a couple penalties called on them for offsides. Oh no.
Going to kick it, got tripped up.
No, UF goes to kick the ball and gets tripped up, and it leads to him knocking the ball on. 8 minutes left in this game. But UF just squandering opportunities. They do not have much time. They got to put one in before 5 minutes left if they want a chance at this one, whether it's a try or a penalty kick.
Any points for St. Thomas here will almost prove to be insurmountable. Inside steps by the inside center, creating space for his team.
Mapani being pushed forward by his teammate, then hands it off to him. And we're going to come back for a previous penalty. You think St. Thomas would go for posts here?
This has to be a moment that you take in the points. And it looks like Weldon, it looks like multiple people are pointing towards the goal. And the T is on the way out. They're going to definitely take these points right here. And at a time like this can be catastrophic for UF's chances of getting back into this game. They before had the luxury of
this kick will take a minute, then the restart will take some time.
They had the luxury of any points and a try. And with this, it seems like only 2 tries would suffice, which changed the complete outlook of the last
2
10 minutes of
converted
this
tries,
game.
not even just 2 tries, 2 converted tries. Welton, true. Increases the lead to 13. But the first point of the second half for St. Thomas.
Let's go, Gators!
UF wants to leave it hot.
30-17.
UF wants to leave it high and short so they have a chance to recover it. But not going to happen. It's going to fall.
And a penalty immediately.
Wow.
Not releasing on the tackle. Clearest call to be made. Maybe not back 10 on it.
Definitely not back 10.
Do you take
And
those 3 points back, or do you continue to go for these tries that you need?
Well, now down 2 converted tries, I think you need to try to get a try.
Brendan Dzambu from Zimbabwe not releasing and giving Florida a penalty opportunity.
Big bruising run from number 4 of Florida. Max done. And now the 8-man who's been putting in work all day, Luis Balartes
He was on the ground
for the Gators.
Yeah. He was on the ground when it got pulled out. But you got to call that penalty. Yeah.
Florida now trying to go wide with the backs, but nothing going. A pick and go for the Gators.
Not
St.
wrapping
Thomas
on that pick and go tackle. And another penalty, long arm extended for this UF side, who are clawing in and getting close before getting denied. It looks like they're right around the 5-meter line.
And the pick and go, and they're going to be close to the try line. Advantage for UF. But they need 2 converted tries. And they're going to get the first one, but they don't have a lot of time.
They
Can't be 5 minutes left in this game. So they need this kick, and then they need to move fast.
There were a few different scenarios that our center referee allowed to happen. First of all, he had multiple, and when I say multiple, I mean multiple penalties that he could have blew up. But Kyle seeing how UF had the advantage, allowed them to continue playing on, giving advantage, playing a pure advantage for an extended amount of time, and UF drives in to get points. If this try goes in, it is now a 6-point game.
UF quick on his kick. It is up, it is through, and now UF only down 6 with about 5 minutes to go.
What is it about the Florida State Championship that the FCC game is always a barn burner that goes to the very end? You gotta love Florida rugby at times like this.
And now UF to receive. You would think St. Thomas would put it deep here.
You have to. Or do you contest? This is a question. What works for you? What works for St. Thomas? You got to go over the working for you.
Florida's been struggling to move the ball down the field. I go deep. It's a middle kick. Is it going to go straight into touch? Did it go straight into touch? No, it's going to bounce before going into touch. So it'll be a UF line out, which they've struggled with today. But that ball almost going out on the full.
Pay attention to a few things. Number 22 for St. Thomas just subbed in, Elijah Thomas. Big guy to be playing on the wing. Physical and fast. Their back line might have gotten more dangerous with the addition of a player off the bench. Let's see how it works out for them.
And St. Thomas steals the line out. And a penalty for UF. Who's going to go quick but stopped?
And it might be a card.
That's got to be a yellow.
That might be a card.
That's got to be a yellow. He did give him a yellow. And now St. Thomas down a man. Two minutes left in this match.
Game, and a sin bin.
Does UF go to the line out? They've struggled with it all day. Do they go to the line out? And they do, to get further down the field. They're about 28 meters out. 2 minutes left in the match. Down 6 points, need a converted try.
I'm looking over at St. Thomas sideline. The head coach, the orchestrator of everything St. Thomas rugby, has his head down. He's taking a moment to himself. This game is reaching this tipping point. We could be watching what they call an ESPN Classic.
And UF wins the line out, but a knock on. A knock on by UF is going to give St. Thomas a scrum.
This is awesome. This is so much fun. What an incredible match we've seen today.
Wow, and St. Thomas going to take their time on the scrum.
An early push from UF. And do they go quick? They don't. Do you go straight to touch in this situation and get a ball back?
Kicking, but 50 meters away. He's going to kick it 50 meters.
But you're going to, he quick taps it.
And then kicks it to touch. And ref might have told him that's game,
and
it is. St. Thomas are your FCC champions after winning this season. Incredible from this brand new team. St. Thomas. Wow. UF kept it close. If they only had given up less points in that first half. 27 allowed in the first half, only 3 in the second half.
And those 3 points didn't even have anything to do with the final score. That somehow those 3 points just added a little bit more pressure. And UF stepped up, added some points, and even somehow got the ball back, continuing to fight. But the St. Thomas team hold off the Gators. And unfortunately, the Gators dropped in the championship game. Congratulations to St. Thomas. Well played on this team, especially in the first half. I know they're not happy with these results. The championship definitely earned it. They earned their place here. They earned this win. But I know they're seeking for more later on for sure.
Yeah, both of these teams for 15s will compete in a bowl game, and UF for 7s will also be competing at the CRCs, the only representative out of Florida. So congratulations to them on that. Lance, a tremendous day of rugby, 4 games here, 4 champions crowned. Brevard, D3 men's champions, Tampa, D2 women's champions, Miami Trident's D2 men's champions, and now St. Thomas University collegiate men's FCC champions.
And this was a great game to end your day. Florida State Championship at IMG seemed to work well together. The facilities are great. The celebrations are great. The referees did an amazing job, especially in this last game. Congratulations to all of our champions this weekend. I'm tired. I'm tired, boss. I'm ready to go.
Well,
what a great day.
Lance, Great American Rugby, Nick, No Flop Sports, Quick Cut Productions all day long. Congratulations to all the champions, and we'll see you next year.